if you have the relationships with world leaders. The good news for her, she can talk about how she's cultivated some of those relationships while she's been vice president.
Sure.
That's her objective, I think, in laying out that vision over the next 90 odd days until
Paint the
election
picture
day.
for me. If we start in Chicago on Monday against the backdrop of an Iranian retaliatory strike against Israel, how does that change the optics, the conversation, and her challenge when she speaks?
I mean, it will obviously inject an issue into the campaign that war in the Middle East is not anything anybody wants to have happen, because it means people's lives are being lost. I mean, like, that's a real human cost to that conflict. I think for her, it is an opportunity for her to reassert her credentials as a leader for the presidency, and that is something that she has to try to convince the American people. And I have the experience, I have the judgment, which is key, to make the right decisions, to be your commander-in-chief. That is something that I think she has done a good job of so far.
Yeah.
That's another opportunity for her. I think it more of as an opportunity to show her leadership credentials.
Just have a minute left. To what extent will she go to draw a contrast with Joe Biden tomorrow when she speaks to the economy?
Oh, I don't think you'll see a whole lot of contrasts. I think it'll be about laying out where she wants to build on his record. Again, like 16 million jobs, 300,000 jobs in the clean energy sector alone. Those are real building blocks to go further. She's talked about the care economy, people in paid family leave. Those are all really popular policies that she wants to build on. It's not about sort of separating and then putting Joe Biden's policies to the side.
Yeah.
It's taking the progress and building on it.
We'll be watching for that baton today with Adam Hodge in mind. He's managing director at Bully Pulpit, a veteran of the Biden White House. Thanks for being with us, as always, Adam. It's great to talk to you. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Here on Balance of Power, Mike Dorning is going to join us coming up next, our political panel, a little bit later on this hour, as we follow the campaigns on the trail today. Donald Trump holding forth later with a news conference. We'll have more on that on Bloomberg.
12:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Stocks climbed, bonds tumbled. Retail sales data underscored the strength of the U.S. economy, allaying fears the Federal Reserve's high rates would be risking a pronounced slowdown. Retail sales advanced 1% in July. That's the most since early 2023. Car sales bounced back after that cyber attack. Electronics and appliances posted solid gains. E-commerce rose at a more modest clip. Bloomberg Economics says consumers are spending at a slower pace than in years past. We check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 1.5%, NASDAQ up 2.25%, and the Dow up 1.25%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 3.92%, and the 2-year yield at 4.09%. Walmart raised its sales guidance for the full year, buoyed by customers buying necessities and seeking deals, even as they do curtail their spending elsewhere. Walmart says it expects net sales to rise as much as 4.75% for the year versus previous guidance for a gain of as much as 4%. It also raised its targets for operating income and profits. Walmart shares now 6.5% higher. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Amy Morris, thank you. Welcome to the Thursday edition of Balance of Power. It's Little Friday, and we're looking forward to a couple of things here on the campaign trail. A news conference later today by Donald Trump. We don't have a topic. I think this is another so-called general news conference. Could cover a lot of ground based on what happened with the last one at Mar-a-Lago. Could also be very long. That's set to begin a little bit later. About an hour from now, it's going to be Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, assuming all things are on time. The passing of the baton, we were talking with Adam Hodge. And then we cap the week tomorrow before everybody flies to Chicago with an economic proposal by Kamala Harris. She's going to outline the economic plan. Reports say that she will roll out a federal ban on price gouging. And this answers Donald Trump's address yesterday. He held forth, as we brought to you here on Bloomberg, with his own economic message that even he seemed to question himself. Here's the former president.
Today we're going to talk about one subject, and then we'll start going back to the other, because we sort of love that, don't we? But it's an important, they say it's the most important subject. I'm not sure it is, but they say it's the most important. Inflation is the most important, but that's part of economy.
Well, it is. And all polls do suggest it is the most important. He committed to, quote, slashing energy and electricity prices by half, unquote, and then immediately threw doubts on his own proposal, saying if it doesn't work out, you'll say, oh, well, I voted for him. He's still got it down a lot. That's a quote. Mike Dorning's here, Bloomberg political editor and reporter with his eyes on the campaign trail. It's good to see you.
Great to see you.
Bloomberg bread and butter here. It's Economy Week.
Yeah.
With all kinds of data in the air, and people are trying to figure out who to trust on the economy. She's going after grocery prices. It's going to be a sharp contrast to what we heard yesterday. Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. That brings everything lower.
Yeah. Going after grocery prices is kind of a politically savvy thing to focus on because that has been something where there has been a big increase in prices since the pandemic. And I think most people kind of, in their brains, they're comparing to pre-pandemic times. And food prices have been up a lot more than everything else. It's also something that people see constantly. You go to the grocery store, you're aggravated by it again and again. It drives everyone crazy, including people who are middle class, upper middle class, but it also hurts low-income people the most because they have to spend more on food. And those are people Harris needs to get motivated to turn out.
She will also direct the Federal Trade Commission and state attorneys general to investigate and penalize food companies that violate the federal ban. So this would have teeth, but no one thinks that can pass in this climate, right? Would this be dependent upon a Democratic sweep on Capitol Hill?
It would probably be dependent on a Democratic sweep. And, you know, there's some chance of that, although in that case you'd probably, even if you had a Democratic sweep on Capitol Hill, it would probably be a squeaker majority in the Senate. So you'd have to have something that the most conservative Democrat would agree with.
Even though this polls well, you just said this stuff plays well, doesn't it?
Well, grocery prices plays well, and going after people who are quote unquote gouging always polls well. So you might actually be able to get something through Congress on that. But some of the teeth might get extracted along the way.
Interesting. That does speak to the importance of down ballot. We saw Cook Political Report move some things around, and to the benefit of Democrats here, that Kamala Harris's down ballot effect could be difficult to quantify, but also very powerful for Democrats in the House. That's, of course, why Joe Biden was asked to excuse himself from the race. How real is that right now?
Well, I think it's very real, and it helps that Tim Walz has been her sidekick as she's been introducing herself to the American public. People always say the vice president doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they don't matter that much. But in this case, this is like the Ed McMahon to Kamala Harris. He's the guy that's helped introduce her to the country. So he's shaped our perceptions of her just as they're being formed. And the two of them get rid of some of the things that were weighing down Biden, the age, and also, even though there's a Democratic incumbent and carry some of the freight for the unhappiness about the economy, they don't carry as much of the freight as the actual guy who was in charge. You want to tell everyone under 40 who Ed McMahon is now? Yeah.
Look, if Tim Walz shows up at my door with a big check and some balloons, I will answer the door. The Cook, by the way, Political Report, Democrats improved their vote share in every Senate race that Cook fielded polls on 7 presidential battlegrounds in May. The surge particularly large in Nevada, which I find interesting because we've seen Democrats struggle there to some extent.
Well, one thing about Nevada is they are younger voters, and they have been hit very hard by housing costs there, and consequently inflation sort of is hurting them harder. This probably didn't actually show up in the poll yet, but Harris very quickly embraced Trump's idea of stopping taxing tips. So she's showing that she's very sensitive to some constituencies out there.
Interesting. This is going to be an important address tomorrow. It'll pale in comparison to what we're going to see next week. I love pulling you out of whatever you're editing at a given moment and sort of blue sky with you for a minute. What do you think of this convention? Tens of thousands of protesters, but also a whole new level of enthusiasm inside the room. This is going to be something different for people who have been following this.
It will really be a key moment. We've had the road show now of like the Kamala and Tim show, introduce the characters. She's putting tomorrow, going to put a little bit, and today, put a little bit of policy meat. It's like, what does this person stand for that we're just getting to know? And next week will be the big show that introduces her to the country. It'll be one night. We'll each deliver a message about her, and that will be the main introduction. Now we've got also, following up on that, this giant advertising campaign from both the Democratic side and the Republican side, and this convention will be building up a message of her just as the ad campaigns engage on one side to tear her apart and tell her, like, this is the worst villain that ever you could have, and the other one's like, this is a saint, you know, the Pope should be canonizing her tomorrow, and this huge battle will be fought even before the quote-unquote campaign begins on Labor Day.
RFK Jr. is making news. You see this? He sought a meeting with Kamala Harris to discuss endorsing her, reportedly, in exchange for a cabinet post. He has since then said he has no plans of doing this, but there are multiple reports out there, with several insisting on anonymity in this case. Quote, "We've reached out repeatedly through the highest level intermediaries," Mr. Kennedy wrote in a text message. "We've been told that they have no interest in talking with me," unquote. What's going to happen with his campaign? Does he fold up the tent here soon, and where do those votes go?
He's got problems because he's not even going to be on the ballot, maybe in New York or in other states. A lot of the energy for him has gone away now that Biden's no longer on the ticket and you have a younger candidate on the Democratic side. His potential constituency is getting smaller and smaller, and it's no longer so clear that he hurts the Democrats more than the Republicans. It may be that at the end of the day, he hurts Trump more than he does Kamala Harris.
Isn't that right?
Yeah, and the name RFK resonated with some of the minority voters who were less interested in Biden. She's now someone that they're interested in, and the kind of just ennui about these two old guys is no longer the case because there's a, well, younger, 59. Sure. 59 apparently is very young in politics these days compared to the 70 and 80 somethings that were previously running.
Right. You're not surprised she didn't take the call.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. And this is like, this happens in politics. I covered Illinois politics for a while. I can't remember Rod Blagojevich trying to shake someone down for money to appoint him to the Senate. Yeah. These people in politics, sometimes they can be a little crass, and he was trying to shake her down for a cabinet post, and she said, no way, it's not worth it.
Are we getting Rod Blagojevich on, James? Is that happening? We've got some apprentice questions. I mean, we're going to be in Chicago, right? He's going to come by at some point. He'll be in the...
He's always a lot of fun.
Bloomberg House, but it depends who you ask. So what do you make of Hulk Hogan versus Jesse Ventura? The essence of the campaign, the fact that we're reading about this in the New York Times blows me out of the water here. You saw Hulk Hogan rip his shirt off at the RNC. He's had a long-time feud with, of course, remember, he was the villain in the old days of the World Wrestling Federation. With the boa and the whole thing. And so the New York Times gave him a call to see if he'd show up at the DNC. Quote, I haven't been invited, and I don't expect to be involved, he said in the telephone interview. But this whole thing's starting to bother him. Why would they lump me in with Hulk Hogan, he asks. Between 6 years in the Navy, a mayoralty, and a governorship, he spent about as much time in public service as he did in wrestling. Is it time to treat Jesse Ventura more seriously?
I don't know. He still seems to me kind of like a yesteryear figure. I don't think that's...
So that's not going to advance this for young people, even with the boa, nothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this fight could be good, have good ratings. They should have that instead of the Fox debate.
That's true. Actually, Hulk Hogan wasn't in Predator, Matt, right? I don't think that's true. Jesse Ventura was. Remember, I Ain't Got Time to Bleed? Mike Dorning's going to regret ever coming in this studio again by the time we're done with him today. That was Arnold, exactly. Thank you, guys. That's a whole different political figure that we're not talking about right now. Thanks for joining. Are we going to see Democratic lawmakers unified in Chicago next week?
I think
Does she have the House?
Oh, she definitely has lawmakers overwhelmingly behind her. There are differences over Gaza, and those could get worse, especially when the campuses reopen and you start seeing more protests, and who knows what's going to happen in the Middle East.
Well, we appreciate you getting us ready for it. Pack your bags. We're headed for Chicago with the help of Mike Dorning, Bloomberg's political voice here in Washington. I'm Joe Matthew. Thanks for being with us. We're going to have our panel straight ahead. Rick Davis is with us alongside Caitlin Legacki today as we carry on the fastest show in politics. Stay with us right here on Bloomberg, on the satellite, and on YouTube.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Jobless claims fell for a second week to the lowest level since early July. Initial claims decreased by 7,000 to 227,000 in the week ending August 10th. A separate report from the Commerce Department shows U.S. retail sales accelerated in July by the most since early 2023, boosted by a sharp snapback in car sales. And we check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 1.5%, NASDAQ up 2.2%, the Dow up 1.25%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 3.93%, and the 2-year yield at 4.1%. Walmart shares are 6.6% higher. This after the retail giant raised its profit outlook for the year on bets more shoppers will come in looking for deals. Greg Mellick at Evercore ISI says Walmart's been able to maintain profits without raising prices.
They've been investing a lot in automation to get more productive. It also comes from their new businesses, whether it's be advertising or e-commerce or marketplace, that actually help drive a higher gross margin rate. So it's really, I would say it's driven by productivity and the growth of new businesses that's helping them grow gross margin.
Greg Mellick at Evercore. Walmart says its outlook is based on performance so far this year, but there is still some uncertainty around the election and war in the Middle East. St. Louis Fed President Alberto Mussolem says he believes the time is approaching to reduce interest rates and that he views inflation as back on a path toward the Fed's 2% target and that the labor market is no longer posing a risk. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Amy Morris, thank you. And thanks for joining us here on the Thursday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube. Join us now. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. You'll see our live stream there with all of our shows throughout the day from New York to Washington, D.C., where, of course, we're laser focused on the economy with more data today. We talked about that with Anna Wong, and on the campaign trail. The big handoff today. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris on stage for the first time since Joe Biden decided to drop out of the race. It's been a couple of weeks now. This will be an interesting set of optics before she delivers her economic address tomorrow. I will also note that there's going to be a news conference later today. Donald Trump reportedly in a news conference. You know, sometimes there are questions, sometimes they're not, but we're going to keep tabs on this, of course, for you to see if there's any news after he spoke about his economic ideas tomorrow, along with a lot of other things. And so it is the race to define Kamala Harris on both sides. Everyone knows what Donald Trump's all about, right? Interesting to note, as we listened to him yesterday in his speech on the economy and many other things, he actually pronounced her name right. He said Kamala, not Kamala, not Kamabla, not any of the other things that we tend to hear from Donald Trump. And I don't know if that's worth noting, as he maybe starts to take his either opponent more seriously or the advice of his advisors more seriously. Let's get with the panel now. Rick Davis is back with us today. I'm glad to report. Bloomberg Politics contributor, partner at Stone Court Capital, joined by Caitlin Legacki, partner at Four Corners Public Affairs, Democratic strategist. Great to see you both with us. What do you make of that, Rick? Does it matter if Donald Trump starts to pronounce her name correctly? Is he actually acknowledging that he has a real opponent?
You know, I don't think we should read too much into it. It may be that he just made a mistake and forgot to try to savage her name, which we're pretty much keeping. I mean, you know, I'm waiting for the nickname. I mean, right now, she's been nicknameless. Right. I mean, one thing to disparage her name, but it's another thing to not, you know, to be an opponent to Donald Trump, not get a nickname is insulting. Yeah, and it could be. It could be some of the complaints that the GOP leaders are giving him about, you know, how he's approaching the contrast with Harris is starting to sink in. I mean, even just scheduling this press conference today, it'll be interesting to see how much he sticks to the script or whether he does his usual, which is an hour of, you know, misrepresentations, lies, and things like that. So I get the feeling that there's a gang tackle going on within the GOP trying to get him on a substantive message that will have a result in trying to, you know, sort of hold back the Harris surge that's going on right now. But maybe we're just reading too much into, you know, a one-off. But it's definitely different than it's been, you know, lately.
Well, you know, as soon as I go there, Rick, you look at some of the other things that were said. The Washington Post put the executive summary together pretty well, Caitlin, because we were all over the place in this speech. He made fun of President Biden for being pressured to exit the race, criticized the administration's immigration policy, attacked undocumented immigrants as criminals, lobbed personal attacks at Harris, and then claimed Harris had been chosen after Democrats, quote, decided to get politically correct, unquote. What does he mean by that?
Look, I'm not even going to indulge that conversation because it's so ridiculous. I do think he has a crush on Harris. He did say, after he pronounced her name correctly, that her Time magazine cover looks like the most beautiful actress you've ever seen. So maybe things are much simpler than that. But yeah, I think the challenge for Republicans is that this kind of campaign is really unprecedented in modern American politics, and he has clearly thrown off his game by it. But, you know, the reality is that he was supposed to give an economic speech yesterday. It turned into a lot of the same old stuff. He didn't even talk about his economic policies, which many business leaders have said are disastrous. And then, you know, he had his opportunity at the convention to really set a new tone. And again, he rambled for 90 minutes. I think the reality of the situation is that Trump is an 80-year-old man. He's been like this his entire life. He's not going to be able to change his tune. And I think a lot of Republicans are finally coming to reckon with that when it has started to play against them.
Looks like we've got breaking news on debates here, which is interesting. We know that there had just been an October 1st vice presidential debate that had been agreed to, but I'm just learning this with you here. This is straight from the campaign, so let's find out together. It reads, this is from Michael Tyler, comms director for the campaign. The debate about debates is over. All right. Donald Trump's campaign accepted our proposal for 3 debates, 2 presidential and a vice presidential debate. Assuming Trump actually shows up September 10th to debate Kamala Harris, then Governor Walz will see J.D. Vance October 1. The American people will have another opportunity, it says, to see the vice president and Donald Trump on the stage together in October. So, Rick, it looks like 2-1. It's just like the commission's back in business here, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this is really pretty traditional format for the modern presidential debate cycle. The difference is the commission isn't involved, and they're going to have to, I'm not sure in that October presidential debate they've picked a host, but you've got breaking news, so it may include that in there. But I actually think it's refreshing that campaigns actually talk to one another and make these arrangements. They don't need a big infrastructure between them. They don't need a lot of haggling over rules and that kind of thing. So, and I also hope that this is like the first presidential debate. I mean, technically we'll have had 3 presidential debates this year, which is kind of entertaining. And yet, you know, I like the fact that, you know, they hold these studio debates and there's not a crowd to be distracting, and you can focus in on the candidates themselves. So cross your fingers, maybe the format will stick. And I think, you know, we have a chance to see something really interesting, which was, I don't think anybody would have ever anticipated that Kamala Harris and Donald Trump take the stage together and go at it for 90 minutes.
It's interesting, Caitlin, weigh in on the idea of another, 3 debates here, but I find it interesting the language used in the statement. By the way, no host is referred to in this announcement. Rick, we don't have a network tied to this one in October yet. It says in October with no other details. But the way this is written, it says, Caitlin, quote, assuming Donald Trump actually shows up September 10th to debate Vice President Harris, then the others will take place. Do they not think he's going to be there?
He's a very unpredictable man. I think that what it does show is there is a lot of confidence within the Harris operation right now. I think they're trying to get under Trump's skin by baiting him into either lashing out or becoming a little bit more unpredictable. He's a very prideful man. And so when they challenge his confidence, they challenge his ability to compete on these stages, it's a very clear attempt to bait him into doing and saying things that are not in his electoral benefit. And it works to some degree. So I think that's really what it's about. It's twofold. It's about the confidence, and then it's about trying to bait him into doing or saying something that reminds voters why his approval ratings are so high in the first place. and why they voted him out of office in 2020.
Rick, there seems to be conventional wisdom that debates advantage Kamala Harris. Should people feel that way? Do you agree?
I don't know. I mean, she's the debates we've seen her in, which are not at this high profile level. She's comported herself well, but I wouldn't underestimate Donald Trump's ability to get under her skin. I think they are both very good at being incredibly sarcastic toward one another. And I think a little sarcasm in the campaign is highly enjoyable. I mean, I think that these things sometimes get too hot and too serious, and the fact that they can be playful, and I think Harris has sort of introduced that element to this campaign. Her boss, Joe Biden, was not playful and sarcastic, and so I think he gave away that weapon to use against Donald Trump. But I think you'd have to say that the stakes are incredibly high for this presidential debate coming up in September, and I don't think you can handicap it in any other way. Like, Donald Trump's been on this stage doing presidential debates for a long time, and it does not make him nervous. I mean, it makes him crazy sometimes, but it doesn't make him nervous. I would be surprised if Kamala Harris takes the stage for the first time as a presidential candidate in a debate and isn't, got a pretty high level of nervousness.
Yeah, you've been actually really good describing that, Rick, because so few people will ever be in the room with a presidential candidate before they walk out on stage like that. This is something that no human being can really prepare their nerves for, is it?
No, this is very stressful. There's an enormous amount of prep. At least I'm sure Harris will have a team that will get her prepared for this debate. And in doing so, you create expectations, and these candidates, they want to meet those expectations. They want to perform. Yeah. And like any kind of athletic endeavor, you're going to have butterflies when you go out on that stage for the first time. And so the question is, how quickly can she overcome that hesitancy that's just normal and get into her paces and to remember her attack lines and be able to perform at a level that, frankly, regardless of how you feel about the last debate, Biden and Trump had a lot of practice before they got out there this year.
Hey, Caitlin, we all saw you on the Colbert Report this week.
Yeah.
Pretty remarkable. This is great. I bet your parents were thrilled. It was from right in this studio when Caitlin was with us, the big Walz Kamala Harris rollout, and you were professing your love, and I mean that politically, of course, for this choice of a running mate, and they were kind of doing a gag on that. But let me ask you with that in mind in our last couple of minutes, do debates favor Tim Walz? Because he's going to be face-to-face, it looks like, at least once with J.D. Vance.
I think so. I mean, he apparently in his vetting with Vice President Harris told her he's not good at debates. I haven't gone back and watched his tapes from when he ran for governor. But I think the core advantage that he's going to have is that he presents as a super normal guy who, he spent 20 years dealing with teenagers in classrooms. As governor, he's had to actually focus on governing and getting things done. And he has a great economic record to tell. I think, obviously a lot of the attacks on J.D. Vance is that he's just kind of a weird guy. He has, bopped around from Yale to Silicon Valley, hasn't spent a lot of time since his childhood dealing with normal people in normal circumstances. So I think that, not speaking to his ability to execute a case about policy chops, he's definitely going to be able to paint a contrast about what his vision for living in America is, his vision of freedom and keeping the government out of your bedroom, keeping the government out of your doctor's office, but also building an economy where families can succeed. And so I think that, when you look at that debate, I think there's a level of security about himself that Tim Walz has that J.D. Vance may be lacking that I think will play in Walz's favor.
Fascinating stuff. Great panel today. Rick Davis, Caitlin Legacki, thank you so much. Both of you, they'll be back in our second hour here on Balance of Power as we learn more about this event upcoming. It's scheduled for a little over a half hour from now in Maryland. Joe Biden returns to the stage with Kamala Harris for the first time since he dropped out. Breaking news from the Harris campaign as we learn together. 2 debates, presidential, September 10th, another in October, according to the Harris campaign, and then the VP debate October 1st. We'll, of course, experience all of them together right here on Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
It's the passing of the baton. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the president appears on stage today with Kamala Harris for the first time since Biden dropped out of the presidential race. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Welcome to the Thursday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kaylee, they're going to take the stage today in Maryland with breaking news here on debates. It looks like we're going to get 2 presidential and 1 vice presidential in the next couple of months.
At least according to the Harris-Walz campaign.
Yep.
We'll see what the Trump-Vance campaign has to say about this. But yes, we all knew that both Harris and Trump would be sharing the stage on September 10th. We learned today, October 1st is when we'd see J.D. Vance and Tim Walz share a stage. And according to the Harris campaign, there will be another presidential debate, so 2 in total, in the month of October. No news yet on what exactly that date would be, who would be hosting it, and whether or not Donald Trump is also signing up.
Right.
For that.
Although the Trump campaign is at an anytime, anywhere posture lately, so let's see if we find out maybe even this hour what the response will be. There's no word on a host, no word on rules, so we have a few things to figure out. But there was a time we didn't know if we'd see any of these candidates on stage together, and it looks like we'll be having a couple of special evenings coming up.
Yep, at least 2 are confirmed. And in the meantime, we still have much to look forward to as we look ahead to the convention in Chicago next week. We will be hearing from Kamala Harris beforehand, not just today alongside President Biden, which surely is a big moment, the incumbent and the could-be successor standing next to each other. But of course, tomorrow she's going to be delivering her own address in North Carolina on economic policy.
Yeah, we've actually had some news on that. Bloomberg matching earlier reports, she will put forth a federal ban on price gouging. And we'll talk about all of this coming up with Laura Davison covering Bloomberg Politics for us here in Washington.
Indeed, we will. But as always, we got to start with a check on the markets because it is an up day for stocks. After today's strong retail sales data, let's get the latest with Amy Morris here in Washington.
It sure is, Kaylee. Another inflation report did very little to change bets that feds are set to cut interest rates next month. Retail sales data underscored the strength of the economy, allaying fears that the Fed's high rates would be risking a pronounced slowdown. Retail sales advanced 1% in July. That's the most since early 2023. Car sales bounced back after a cyber attack. Electronics and appliances posted solid gains. E-commerce rose at a more modest clip. Bloomberg Economics says consumers are spending at a slower pace than years past, but they are spending at Walmart. The world's biggest retailer had another quarter of strong sales that topped almost all expectations, with its comparatively low prices proving a powerful draw for millions who have been struggling with rising costs for housing and groceries and pretty much everything else. Walmart raised its profit outlook for the full year as it expects to reel in even more deal hunters. Shares right now for Walmart are 6.6% higher. And we check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 1.3%. NASDAQ up more than 2% now, and the Dow up 1.1%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 3.93% and the 2-year yield at 4.1%. And the number of Americans applying for unemployment benefits fell last week. That's another sign the job market remains resilient in the face of those high interest rates. Jobless claims fell for a second week to the lowest level since early July. Initial claims decreased by 7,000 to 227,000 in the week ending August 10th. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris checking in on a busy day in the markets. Thank you so much. It's a busy day in politics as well, and that's why you're here listening and watching Balance of Power. I'm Kaylee Lines alongside Joe Matthew. It's going to be an incredibly packed afternoon for presidential candidates and for current incumbent presidents. As this hour, we are awaiting remarks jointly from President Biden and Kamala Harris about their administration's effort to lower costs for the American people. And then later on this afternoon, we will be hearing from the Republican nominee. Donald Trump will be holding yet another news conference for the second week in a row. This one not from Mar-a-Lago, but from Bedminster, New Jersey. And then, of course, the weekend's Friday with an economic address from Kamala Harris in North Carolina.
Yeah, we've got a lot to do before we even get to Chicago. That last news conference from Donald Trump did involve questions from reporters, which is the point of a news conference. It also went on for a very long time and seemed to lose direction, kind of like his economic address did yesterday as we got into Hannibal Lecter and all of the other things. We do know, however, that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be talking about their efforts to lower prices together. A lot of questions, Kaylee, about whether she can find some sunlight between herself and the president tomorrow. And that's a real balancing act, knowing that this has been a major political problem for him.
Especially when she will be with him in Maryland today, having to seem still supportive of the man who technically is her boss. She serves at the pleasure of this president, but she will also perhaps try to differentiate herself from him one day later.
That's the idea. Covering the pivot for us, helping our coverage, of course, is Laura Davison, Bloomberg Politics editor, with us here at the table today in Washington. Laura, this is quite a high wire act, we could say, for Kamala Harris. She appears with Joe Biden today. Within hours, essentially, tomorrow in North Carolina. She's trying to slice the two apart a little bit when it comes to the economy, right?
And what she needs to do, and this remains to be seen if she can do it, is, take all the good stuff from Biden, from his legacy of, the prescription drugs, which is what they're going to be talking about today. That's been a very popular piece of his legislation, the work he's done on infrastructure investments and chips, tie herself to those things, but be able to separate herself from his record on inflation and some of the other things that have been a lot less popular. And, just looking at the polling, voters give Biden very low marks for economic issues. And even compared to Trump, Harris is not polling as well on the economy.
Well, and when we heard Trump giving what was dubbed to be an economic address in Asheville, North Carolina yesterday, he did go after the Biden-Harris administration on inflation, talking about how high prices for various goods have gone during the 3.5 years of it. What he didn't do, other than kind of saying, drill, baby, drill, and we're going to deregulate, was give an explicit policy proposal to get prices down. Are we actually going to get that from Harris tomorrow?
It's possible we'll get a little bit of detail, but I'm sure nowhere near the level of detail that Bloomberg readers and listeners would want on this. I've already been getting lots of questions from folks, and I'm setting expectations that this is going to be, campaigning in prose or campaigning in poetry rather than the detailed policy list that people want. It is noteworthy, however, that she started to dot out some of these policy proposals we saw last night. A proposal on food and grocery price gouging. She's already talked about no taxes on tips. Another proposal that sounds familiar for those who have been listening to Trump speeches. So we're starting to see little details, but it behooves her to be specific on narrow issues that are popular versus giving a big 300-page economic policy report where there's lots of stuff that people could find to criticize.
Well, she'll have her chance, I guess, in some upcoming debates. One of the things I think you were working on before you joined us was this breaking news in the last hour, at least according to the Harris campaign. There will be 2 presidential debates, not just September 10th, but one in October. And we now know there will be a vice presidential debate on October 1st. How important will these be in determining the outcome of this election?
Well, if we've learned anything from 2024, it is that debates can definitely direct the race. Yes. So, this is really important because one of these, the September 10th debate, that first one will be before most voters start voting. But that October one, depending when that is, that's going to be right in the thick of when people are early voting. And this could potentially, depending how this goes, sway voters. Different issues could come up. They could be challenged on, if there is, say, a flare-up on foreign policy or something. This is a chance for voters to get a sense on some of the issues that candidates may want to shy away from on the campaign trail.
Well, and it will be certainly a guarantee that Kamala Harris will be answering questions, at least from the moderators, which we haven't really seen her do much of. This is a point that the Trump campaign has been making frequently, and perhaps that's also why we're going to see Donald Trump theoretically asking some questions at another press conference, the second in as many weeks. Laura, is he just going to keep this up until Harris starts doing her own, or do we know what the strategy is here?
Well, part of the strategy is, that Trump, this is a line he wants to use in the attack, is that Harris is not speaking directly to the media, that she's, that she's sort of avoiding them and just going on these scripted appearances. But also this is self-serving in a way that this helps him pull the spotlight back on himself without having to do, some of the harder, more in-the-weeds work of campaigning. He has been very frustrated by the media attention that Harris has gotten over recent weeks. So if you can, call a press conference at your golf club, why not? Have press come and spend an hour talking with them and, at least get some of your talking points out there. It's unclear how much these are actually helping him. He arguably, going off script on some of these things. His comments at the NABJ, were not helpful for his campaign.
All right, so we'll see how this goes this afternoon. Laura Davison, Bloomberg Politics editor, thank you so much. And before we get to Bedminster, New Jersey, in that press conference, of course, first we will see Joe Biden and Harris together, as we've mentioned, in Maryland. And what's interesting is this is kind of part campaign for Harris, but also part define the legacy for Joe Biden.
Yes,
he tries to protect how he will be viewed in history as the 46th president of the United States. And we know that's something else he wants to have his legacy marked by, Joe. And he said as much in his Oval Office address after he left the race, is peace in the Middle East and a ceasefire deal between Israel and Gaza. Those efforts are underway today.
Well, that's true. This is time to get to the table here. We've been looking forward to this for some time, Kaylee and Qatar. And it's happening at once as Israel waits for this potential retaliatory strike by Iran. There's some news as well on the war against Hamas here, as American officials reportedly tell Israel now that they can make no further progress in the battle against Hamas without further jeopardizing civilian life. We still have hostages involved here and so many questions that we are pursuing at this very delicate moment, Kaylee. We don't even know if Hamas is at the table here, correct?
Yeah, they aren't at the table in Doha. It's other negotiators, those mediators will be bringing the message back to Yahya Sinwar and the other leadership. So it's on this note, we turn now to Hagar Shamali. She, of course, is formerly of the National Security Council. Now she's founder and CEO of Greenwich Media Strategies. Welcome back to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Hagar, if we could first just begin with the talks that are happening in Doha, given Hamas is not there at the table and they're still rehashing, trying to reach a deal based on an outline that was announced by President Biden back in May. That was months ago, and the parties didn't agree to it then. Do you really believe that they'll be agreeing to it now?
Well, there's a lot of hope. I mean, that's the White House has expressed a lot of hope. They feel that they're coming close to an end. Now, I know I've said that a few times over the last few months, but it is normal in these types of negotiations for them to be very touch and go. The thing that you've had now is, just to explain, is that they've agreed on this outline, this general outline that President Biden put forward at the end of May, as you noted, and that outline they remain in agreement on. But the way it works from there is that they have to agree on every single little detail, and those details are what are not only are they getting hung up on those details, but as time wears on, each side comes with new demands. So time is not really on their side on this one, except this time there is a lingering aspect in the background, and that's this potential assault attack that we're all waiting for coming from Iran and Hezbollah. And a deal on this ceasefire could actually thwart that attack and put it entirely to the side, which would be, really, huge and really kind of win-win all around. But that said, the details of such, and I can go into a few of them. For example, they're arguing on the phases of hostages who should be released, and first would be women and remaining children, and then men and soldiers, and so they're arguing over those phases. That Israel doesn't like the phases that Hamas is putting forward on that. Israel wants to have a military presence along the border between Gaza and Egypt, and Hamas is now against that. So there are things like that. Israel wants to set up checkpoints inside Gaza to check on people to weed out militants. Hamas doesn't like that. So there are these details, that things of this kind that aren't in that broader outline that they're trying to figure out now. And by the way, that's the similar process, whether it's a ceasefire or a peace negotiation. And so it's very common, but unfortunately, you're talking about two sides who have deep distrust on both ends. And Israel's goal at the end of the day is not the same as the United States' goal. Their goal ultimately is to defeat Hamas completely. And I think that they feel that that's not there yet. And Hamas knows that. So they're afraid that even after a ceasefire, Israel would resume some kind of violence. And so that's also in the background here.
Hagar, there's a belief that the release of the hostages, still more than 100 living and dead hostages held in Gaza, cannot be secured militarily. Do you believe that?
Oh, I do believe that. I mean, after October 7, when so many hostages were taken in, knowing how brutal Hamas is and the conditions in Gaza, and I knew that the response from Israel was going to be severe and that the conditions would then worsen in Gaza. I always thought that their lives were really pretty much, the lives of the hostages were hanging by a thread. But I think that's especially more evident now. And proof of that is the fact that now you have Gaza's entire population, almost the entire population of 2.3 million people have been displaced and have had to continue to move many times. And so you have hostages in the mix of that. You obviously have water and food issues and medicine issues. And I believe the Israeli government came out saying that it's believed that only half or a third of those hostages, it's about 115 left, are still alive. And so that's why you have increasing pressure inside Israel. You have had protests today, knowing that these talks are taking place in Doha. The families of the hostages are protesting, saying that they don't want the negotiators to return without a deal. And of course, they've said that before, but they really mean it this time because they know that time is of the essence for these hostages. But the U.S., what they're trying to convey is, hey, Israel, You have defeated Hamas significantly to the point where we don't believe they could actually pose a significant threat to you or govern Gaza. And therefore, it's time to get the hostages back. And if you want to focus on continuing to undermine Hamas, it has to be with these very specific targeted operations that kill leaders, as you saw in Iran and in Lebanon. And that is, by the way, where I think the war is headed anyway. So that's what the U.S. is trying to convey is, listen, you're not going to find any more opportunities to bomb your way out of this. And you're only going to find yourself endangering way too many civilians. It's time to move on. Just release the hostages and move to the next phase of this.
Well, as you allude to, the assassinations, the strikes against these leaders in Beirut and Tehran, we are still waiting the response from Hezbollah or Iran or both on that front. Hagar, what is your expectation? The longer we wait, does it indicate the strike against Israel, the retaliation is only going to be more severe, or does it suggest one might not be coming at all?
The longer we wait, the more it implies that they are waiting to see what happens with the ceasefire talks, because Iran has something to gain out of these ceasefire talks as well. We have to remember that you have now a huge presence, a U.S. military presence in the region, and that's been doubled down by the U.S. Defense Department, right? Another submarine was sent in, another carrier was sent in. We have U.S. presence all across the region. And Iran and Hezbollah, no, they want to respond, but they don't want to enter a war into any kind of engagement with the United States. And they've made that very clear. They want, it seems, a repeat of April, where you had 300 drones and missiles launched by Iran. All of them were successfully intercepted except one or two, and Israel responded, but then every side retreated. And that's kind of my expectation for the next assault. But now that we've gone this far, they've waited this long, and we have these ceasefire talks, my expectation is they're definitely holding on until they see how those ceasefire talks happen. And we'll know more at the end of the weekend, because it's really today and Friday that are the peak of these talks, apparently, according to the White House at least. And then if those talks falter, then I would expect this assault that we've all been waiting for to actually happen. But if there's some glimmer of light, then a glimmer of hope, I would expect them to retreat a little bit, because at the end of the day, any engagement with the United States, anything that undermines the Iranian regime in general at a time where their own people are against the regime, it threatens their power. It threatens their existence altogether. And so they're aware of that. So that's what I expect. We're not going to see anything until these ceasefire talks are over. At least we know what direction they're taking.
Hagar, we only have a minute left. I don't want to have to cut you off here, so just fair warning. I'm wondering what you're hearing about pro-Palestinian protesters, if anything, disrupting the DNC next week in Chicago.
I am hearing actually that they are planning on disrupting the DNC. They tried, I believe last night, the vice president was at a fundraising event in the city, and they tried to. It became violent. They tried to break into the restaurant. They ended up throwing things at the police and smoke canisters and getting very violent. And I expect them to try again, and I expect the vice president to put them in their place once again. This is not anybody. I do a lot of work in human rights, a lot of work with activists. I'm teaching them how to protest effectively, and that is not the way.
Well, let's stay in touch on that. This is going to be interesting as we head for Chicago next week. Hagar Shamali, always a pleasure to spend time. Greenwich Media Strategies, former National Security Counsel on Syria and Lebanon, with us here on Bloomberg. A lot more straight ahead. We'll assemble our panel next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris, and this just crossed the Bloomberg terminal. Paramount, which is restructuring its TV production business as part of a whole cost-cutting effort, may soon be getting an offer from Bronfman Group. Shares of Paramount jumped on the news, now 7% higher. Of course, we're going to keep an eye on that for you. Stocks climbed, bonds tumbled as retail sales data underscored the strength of the U.S. economy, allaying fears the Federal Reserve's high rates would be risking a pronounced slowdown. Retail sales advanced 1% in July. That's the most since early 2023. And we check markets for you all day long at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 1.4%, NASDAQ up 2%, and the Dow up 1.2%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 3.93% and the 2-year yield at 4.1%. Walmart raised its sales guidance for the full year, buoyed by consumers buying necessities and seeking deals, even as they curtail their spending elsewhere. Walmart shares now 6.5% higher. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Want to go back now to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much with the check on the markets. Markets, of course, are awaiting clues, not just in the economic data, but also clues about economic policy from both of the presidential candidates. We thought we might get some yesterday when Donald Trump gave a speech in Nashville, North Carolina, that was supposed to be about the economy, and to a large extent it was, but he veered into a number of other different subject areas and actually questioned whether or not the economy was the number one issue at all. Here's a taste of the former president yesterday.
Today we're going to talk about one subject, and then we'll start going back to the other, because we sort of love that, don't we? But it's an important, they say it's the most important subject. I'm not sure it is, but they say it's the most important. Inflation is the most important, but that's part of economy.
It's kind of like when he said that picking a vice president wasn't all that important. That was the purpose of the speech yesterday. Kaylee, I guess he made a little bit of news, address housing costs by opening big tracts of federal land for development. He, of course, talked about making the 2017 tax cuts permanent. And then tariffs, we've heard that before, 20% across the board. So the fact is there was really no real news. The question will be how detailed Kamala Harris gets tomorrow, when apparently she's going to propose a bill that'll ban price gouging in the food business.
Yeah.
Clear that Democrats would have to own Capitol Hill to pass that.
Well, true. She was looking at higher grocery prices, essentially wants to make sure that the companies that produce this food aren't able to take excess profits beyond what actual business cost would dictate. Other than that, we're not totally sure what else she will have to say when she herself is in North Carolina tomorrow. And of course, before that speech, she'll be with Joe Biden in Maryland today, also focusing on costs, but specifically on healthcare costs.
Let's get into this with the panel. Rick Davis is back with us today, partner at Stone Court Capital, Bloomberg Politics contributor, alongside Caitlin Legacki, partner at Four Corners Public Affairs and Democratic strategist. Great to see you both. Thanks for coming along. Caitlin, we're going to hear from, as Kaylee just mentioned, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris today. How different will the Kamala Harris we see today be from the one we see tomorrow when she outlines her own economic proposals?
I think you'll see a relatively similar person. Obviously, Joe Biden is the current president, and he's going to take center stage at this event, in large part because these, prescription drug savings that we're seeing are a direct result of his agenda. But what we're also hearing and what's being previewed is that Kamala Harris is going to campaign on an extension of that ability for the government to negotiate prescription drug prices. So this is absolutely one issue that we know resonates very well with voters. It addresses the major issue of costs right now for the American people. And it's something that she's going to plan to carry through should she be elected. So I think, first of all, this is a hugely important story for both the Biden administration and the American people. But I think it also helps us, show that through line where you can expect to see her continue the Biden agenda versus where there may be areas in the future that she needs to chart her own path.
Well, Caitlin, if I could just quickly follow up with you on how specific you really expect her to get with this speech, knowing she's going to have another chance to address the nation really from the DNC in Chicago next week. As our Bloomberg Politics editor Laura Davison mentioned to us earlier this hour, the more you say, the more you open it up to potential areas of criticism. So are we really, and by we I mean the Bloomberg audience, going to get what we want here?
The Bloomberg audience, absolutely not. You guys demand a level of specificity that I would not expect tomorrow. But I think you're going to start to see her chart out, the key areas where she wants to focus on creating a fairer economy, addressing issues like inflation. One of the things that I was most excited to see is that she's going to address affordable housing. We know that Tim Walz, as governor of Minnesota, made significant investments in affordable housing. And Bloomberg noted in 2023 that was a major reason why Minneapolis was the first market to hit sub 2% inflation. So I think it'll be a good start. We'll obviously hear more from her over the course of the campaign. But I think this is an initial step to outline the broad strokes of what she wants to do to bring down costs, and then we'll hear more later.
The messaging here is tough, Rick. All of our polling, with the exception of one recently from FT, shows that Donald Trump kind of owns the issue of the economy here, and that's because of the problems that Joe Biden has had connecting with voters on something called Bidenomics. As we consider the idea of Kamalanomics, how would you advise a candidate who's trying to embrace the old in the form of Joe Biden here, but also the new with a plan that might invigorate voters and consider a new approach?
Well, Joe, the first thing I would tell him is don't call it Kamala-onomics or whatever. I mean, like we always thought that the Bidenomics was putting your stamp on a failing economy. So let's not start with a failure from the past. And then I think that informs the future. So I don't think she wants to really carry the burden of the economic policies of the Biden administration for the last 3 years. She'll cherry pick things that work great. Obviously, one of the things that you were just talking about is this prescription drug pricing. That is a good way to combat, inflationary prices related to prescription drugs. It hits every family in America. I think that's a real winning topic for them, and then she can mix it up with her own stuff. I mean, I think she'd still poke fun at Donald Trump by saying that she's going to, work hard to get rid of the tips for, tax on tips. And then you couple that with some of these other things on housing and whatnot. I think it'll sound like a substantive speech. Is she going to make us happy by saying, oh, and by the way, here's how I pay for it. Here's going to be my budget for 2025 going forward. No, she's not going to go into that stuff, and she shouldn't. She needs to give enough credibility to the public that she can handle the mechanisms of the economy. And the FT poll you described is the first time I've seen all year. And I'm not holding my breath on national surveys as usual, but she did pop up 1 point ahead of Donald Trump for the first time, in voters' opinion on who's best able to manage the economy. So there's progress being made with the lack of specificity that we've already had in this campaign. And if I were them, I wouldn't get pinned down too much.
Well, what if you're Donald Trump? You had an opportunity in North Carolina yesterday to speak about the economy. Not only did Donald Trump question whether or not the economy was the most important issue, as he was suggesting his people are telling him, Rick, but he also did speak in pretty broad strokes, things that we've heard before when it comes to tariffs, no tax, not just on tips, but Social Security, drill, baby, drill, as he keeps coming back to, that deregulating the energy industry is going to be the key to bringing down prices. Is he doing enough? Is he getting specific enough?
He's got the benefit of having managed a, economy that worked pretty well for most Americans for at least 3 years of his 4-year term. And so he's got a track record, which is what the polling indicates, is that people like the work he did then. So he's under less scrutiny to say, what am I going to do? Because honestly, if it were him, I'd say, well, I'm going to do the same kind of things I did before. I'm going to cut taxes. I'm going to punish those who take advantage of our, of our economy from abroad. I don't think he's got the burden of proof on him about an economic plan. And frankly, I think the things he's done is hurting. When you talk about 60% tariffs on China, 20% tariffs across the board with other countries, and of course, he always frames it in that's how I'm feeling that day anyway, right? I may or may not do it. I'm going to cherry pick who's going to get punished. But then he caps all those kinds of inflationary things off with, oh, and by the way, I'm going to, have inflation and I'm going to bring down prices. The Tic Tac thing was incredibly, I think, off the mark, holding up a big Tic Tac box and then a little Tic Tac box and saying, oh, this is all you get for Tic Tacs. And I'm sure the audience is like scratching their head going, what the heck is he talking about? There's an argument to be made about food prices, but Tic Tacs are not the way to do it.
This is the first time the Tic Tacs have come up, Kaylee. We watched this yesterday. He pulled them out of the pocket. He said, this is the greatest ad of all time. There is something very 1980s. We'll be drinking Tab, maybe Caitlin, before the end of this campaign. Donald Trump said something interesting yesterday. He promised, this was kind of a moment, to slash energy and electricity prices by half. That was the language he used. You do that by drill baby drilling, as Kaylee mentioned, cutting red tape. But then he said immediately after, quote, if it doesn't work out, you'll say, oh, well, I voted for him. I still got it down a lot, unquote. To what extent did Donald Trump lower the bar for Kamala Harris tomorrow, Caitlin?
I mean, they're never being rated on the same curve, right? She is always going to be held to a higher policy standard than he is. So, the bar for him on these policy agendas has been quite low for a very long time. And that's part of why many of the attacks related to Project 2025 have resonated so much with voters. But the reality of the situation is that if it were that easy for any president to cut energy prices, we would have done that every single year. But under Joe Biden and under Democrats, we've produced more domestic oil and energy than ever before. That includes oil and gas as well as clean energy. And prices are under control, but I don't know how Donald Trump will wave his magic wand and cut oil prices further without getting the Saudis to just completely open up OPEC. So maybe that's his plan, but it doesn't hold a lot of water. And I think Harris is going to be held to a different standard, as any politician should be. But I don't think anyone takes Trump's policy declarations very seriously.
Rick, we just have a minute left, and we are waiting any moment now for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden to arrive and speak at this event in Maryland. But we also are waiting later this afternoon for another news conference from Donald Trump in Bedminster, New Jersey. What does he need to not do in this newser today, Rick?
Well, he's got to quit acting like a hostage to his campaign. He can't start the presser by saying, oh, yeah, my campaign wants me to talk about the economy. I don't really want to do that, but I got to make them happy. That is wrong. You should not do that. It's not, going to get confidence in the public. He ought to just launch into it. He ought to keep it under 30 minutes and not drive everybody crazy, because every minute after that is going to be some kind of story that he's going to pay a price for. And he ought to succinctly go after the Biden administration on the economy. Even though there is a lot of good news this last 2 weeks, that is not sunk into the voting public, and he can bring that back up and use it as a whipping boy. And that's what his supporters want him to do. And does he have the discipline to stick to that script?
All right, well, we'll find out about 3 hours from now. Rick Davis and Caitlin Legacki, our political panel today. Thank you so much. Now, we are watching the stage in Maryland. Governor Wes Moore is speaking now. In just moments, we are expecting that Vice President Kamala Harris will take the stage there, followed by President Biden. Again, their first appearance together since Biden dropped out of the race a few weeks ago. We'll have more coverage for you next, right here on Bloomberg.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Stocks climbed, bonds tumbled, retail sales data underscored the strength of the economy. S&P 500 up 1.5%, NASDAQ up 2%, and the Dow up 1.25%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 3.93%, and the 2-year at 4.1%. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
Amy Morris, thank you, and welcome to the Thursday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio as we count down to the first appearance. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris together on the same stage since the President of the United States dropped out of the race. They're together today at Prince George's County Community College. This is in Maryland, just outside of the nation's capital. If you're with us on Bloomberg TV or YouTube, you see the stage that has been set, lowering prescription drug costs. The language on the signage, the backdrops on this stage, they just put the presidential seal in place. Kaylee, Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, helped to get the crowd wound up before these two emerge.
Yeah, of course, it will be fascinating to see the current president and one who is seeking to be president after him joining the stage together, as this may be in part legacy defining for Joe Biden, but also an attempt to campaign for the vice president here. And it's worth noting that after today in Maryland, Harris will be in North Carolina tomorrow giving a speech on economic policy, what she would like to pursue. And the question we've been asking is, to what extent will she try to distance herself from the policies of President Biden? Biden was asked that question on his way to this auditorium earlier today. He said she's not going to.
Well, we're going to find out about that because she does plan to propose legislation that would ban price gouging in the food business. One of the things, at least we know, she'll be outlining, but still a lot of questions, Kaylee, about what that speech might bring and, frankly, what we're going to hear today.
So let's get into it now with Matt Bennett from Third Way, where he is Executive Vice President for Public Affairs as we await the emergence of the Vice President and President on that stage together in Maryland. So, Matt, how hard is this line going to be to walk for Vice President Harris as she, on the one hand, tries to applaud the efforts of this administration that she's been a part of, but knowing the negatives that can also come with that, may try to create some degree of separation?
Yeah, it's really tricky. And I think there's a distinction to be drawn between putting distance between herself and Biden on the things that they have done or were planning to do, and proposals that she would like to enact going forward. Those are different things. I don't think you're going to see too much distance putting. I think that she will inevitably need to run on the record that they created together, some of which is difficult for her because of the inflation, but some of which is very, very positive. They did a lot of really important and big economic things. Inflation is coming down, jobs are booming, manufacturing's coming back, the stock market's booming. So there's a lot of good things for her to run on, but she's got to articulate a vision for the future as well.
We're going to be hearing, of course, from the administration as a whole here, the Biden-Harris campaign in the next couple of moments. Matt, they're going to talk about Medicare, expected to save $6 billion. You can see if you're with us on YouTube or Bloomberg TV, the signage in the room focused on this. The first round of price negotiations on 10 widely used drugs. This is a pretty bipartisan message. Who's the audience? Is this aimed at senior voters, or is it about more than that?
It's definitely aimed at seniors and the people who love them. Prescription drugs are a huge part of the budget, the household budget for many seniors. And this is a big deal. It's billions of dollars, not only in savings for the federal government, but also in savings for people. And it's long time coming. As you say, it was a bipartisan effort in Congress to allow Medicare to begin to bargain with pharmaceutical companies, which they were barred from doing for a really long time, that kept prices artificially high. So I think this is very important for them politically and substantively.
Matt, as we await these remarks, we've gotten some new polling data today. This is from Pew Research that does show that Harris is leading, although it's very close. We're basically talking a tie here. 46 Harris, 45 Trump, with registered voters nationally, another 7% for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. But the demographic information was really interesting. 77% of black voters said they support or are leaning toward Harris, compared to 64% who said the same about Biden in the last survey. Hispanic voters also favor Harris over Trump by a 17-point margin, especially when we consider the difference in the way these demographics are viewing Harris compared to Biden. Is that really truly at the end of the day an economic story as well?
I think it is both economic, but also broader. People pick their presidents differently than they pick other elected officials. They're governors and mayors and senators. They don't look at a list of achievements. They don't look at a list of policy proposals and match them up. Well, I like this person on abortion and this person on the economy. They make it in a much more holistic way because presidents live in people's lives in ways that other politicians do not. And so I think a lot of this is simply that they like the energy that they get from Harris and Walz, not just the youthfulness, but the kind of positivity. And I think they were not loving what they were seeing from the president in that regard. And so I think that's a big part of the difference. I don't think that a major policy shift is what is pushing these poll numbers so dramatically in her direction.
We're seeing images now of Judith Judy Aiken, a retired nurse who's going to be introducing Kamala Harris. Will speak before President Biden based on what we understand here in the run of show. Matt, this is quite a moment for Joe Biden as we wait for them to take the stage here. What's going through his mind? Because as of this moment now, it's not about him anymore.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the last valedictory moment where it is. The person who speaks last is the most important in politics, and today it'll be him. But next week it'll be her. He's speaking Monday and she's speaking Thursday as the nominee of our party. And that's a big deal. And I can only imagine how difficult this is for him, given the way that this all came about. However, I think what we will hear on Monday especially is a real summation and valedictory set of remarks from him about the things that he and she were able to achieve in just 4 years with very narrow margins in Congress and against some very tall odds. I mean, they took over with the pandemic still raging, with people dying, with unemployment rate high. So that's what I think you'll hear.
Well, Matt, and our listeners on Bloomberg Radio might not see this, but on Bloomberg TV, you see the images now of Vice President Kamala Harris and President Joe Biden entering the room together in Maryland as they are prepared to give remarks. Again, we are expecting the Vice President will speak first, the President after that. We're going to bring these remarks live on Bloomberg TV and radio. So, Matt, we'll thank you here. Thank you so much for joining us. Hope to have you back soon on Balance of Power. Matt Bennett, Third Way Executive Vice President for Public Affairs. But Matt, of course, speaking there to the uniqueness of this moment. Joe, Vice President, going to allow Kamala Harris to speak on the administration's behalf. First, she has just taken the podium to cheers. Let's listen in to her now.
Can we please applaud Judy? I love you back. It's good to see so many friends. It is good to see so many friends. And I want to thank you. Thank you. And let's please thank you. I love you back. Thank you. And I know we all thank Judy for sharing her story. I think we all know it takes a very special person who has dedicated over 40 years of their life to do the work that Judy has done as a nurse, that work being what? To care about other people in a way that is about lifting them up and caring about their well-being. So, Judy, we thank you so very much for being here today. I want to recognize the incredible Governor Wes Moore. Who's here with Don and their son. And Wes, I'm so thankful to you for all that you do in service to our nation in so many different ways, and your friendship, but in particular, to share such a personal story as you have. And I know it takes a lot out of you to share that story, but to do it in a way that is about lifting up other people and helping, hopefully, others who are not in this room, understanding how real people are impacted every day about this issue and by this issue. Thank you. I want to recognize the people of our administration, including Secretary Becerra, who is here. The bold Administrator Brooks LaSure, who is here. My dear friend and former colleague, Senator Ben Cardin. Representative Barragan, the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. And Representative Mfume for all of your years of leadership. And I want to recognize your next United States Senator, Angela also Brooks. And I've worked with her over the years. I'm telling you, Marilyn, you're going to do a great thing when you send her to the United States Senate. And of course, I could speak all afternoon about the person that I am standing on this stage with. Joe Biden. And he's going to speak in a minute, but there's a lot of love in this room for our president. And I think it's for many, many reasons, including few leaders in our nation have done more on so many issues, including to expand access to affordable health care than Joe Biden. And today we take the next step, thank you, Joe, forward in our fight. So we believe deeply every senior in our nation should be able to live with security, stability, and dignity. And so in the United States of America, no senior should have to choose between either filling their prescription or paying their rent. That's the subject of today. Because we know for far too long, far too many of our seniors have struggled to afford their medication. And as a result, seniors have been forced to spend their time trying to figure out how they are going to be able to fill a prescription like insulin based on the doctor's prescription, which is about saving their life, or whether they'd have to ration their pills to be able to make it stretch through a month. And why, we all know, but let's ask, why are prescription drugs so expensive? I will tell you. Well, one big reason is for years, Big Pharma has often inflated the price of life-saving medications, often charging many times what it would cost to make just to increase their profits. And millions of Americans have suffered as a result. My entire career, I've worked to hold bad actors accountable and lower the cost of prescription drugs. As Attorney General of California, I took on pharmaceutical companies for deceptive marketing and illegally inflating the cost of drugs, and we won billions of dollars. As a United States Senator, I fought to pass laws that would make health care more affordable and accessible for all Americans. And as Vice President, together with Joe Biden, our president, we finally addressed the long-standing issue that for years was one of the biggest challenges on this subject, which was that Medicare was prohibited by law from negotiating lower drug prices. And those costs then got passed on to our seniors. but not anymore. Two years ago, we gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices for the first time in history. And here is why that matters. It is nearly impossible for a patient to negotiate lower prices by themselves. Just think about that. Somebody who needs the medication, who may be suffering from a serious illness, that they would by themselves be able to negotiate against a big drug company to lower that prices is virtually impossible. It's one person against a huge corporation. But Medicare represents more than 65 million people. And so Medicare has collective bargaining power. And now Medicare can use that power to go toe-to-toe with Big Pharma and negotiate lower drug prices. Thank you, Joe. And this is to the benefit of not only tens of millions of people on Medicare, but also millions of Americans on Medicare who have long-term disabilities. And understand, as a result of our negotiations, the government will also pay less than for prescription drugs. And think about what that means in terms of helping taxpayers save money, whether or not they take these medications. So all of this is to say, 2 years ago as vice president, I was proud to cast the tie-breaking vote that sent the bill that gave Medicare the power to negotiate and let it get to the president's desk. And I was proud when our president, Joe Biden, signed that bill into law. In the 2 years since, we've been using this new power to lower the price of life-saving medications. And now to announce the result of those negotiations, it is my eternal and great, great, great honor, I have to tell you, to serve with this most extraordinary human being and American and leader, our President, Joe Biden.
Thank you, Kamala. Well, I love you guys, too. I've been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. First time I sponsored a bill to let Medicare negotiate the price of drugs was in 1973 as a freshman senator with a guy named Frank Church from the state of Idaho. Folks, I have an incredible partner. The progress we've made, she's going to make one hell of a president. And Judy, thank you for sharing your story. It's a really one for far too many Americans. People like my dad used to lay in bed at night when they lost his insurance as the company he worked for, staring at the ceiling. Literally, and you've all experienced, you know people who have experiences, wondering what in God's name happened if my wife gets breast cancer, or if I get sick, or my children get seriously ill. What happens? What in God's name, how can we pay for the drugs, prescription drugs? I'm serious, these are the discussions. You know it. Do we have enough insurance? Can we afford the medical bills? We'll have to sell the house to get a second mortgage. There are discussions that took place in my house and your house. Kamala and I both get it. We know it isn't just about health care. It's about your dignity. No, it's about your dignity. It's about peace of mind. It's about security. It's about taking care of your family. It's about giving folks just a little bit more breathing room. That's all. Look, I believe that health care should be a right, not a privilege in America. And Cam and I are here today to make a major announcement on our efforts to lower the extraordinary high prescription drug prices. But before I do, I want to thank Governor Wes Moore and members of Congress. I served in the Senate for 270 years. I know I only look 40, but I'm a little bit older. The longest time I was too damn young because I was only about 29 when I got elected. Now I'm too damn old. But I'll tell you one thing in between. One of the finest, most decent men I've ever worked with. When I think of integrity, is Ben Cardin. Stand up, Ben. Stand up. I really mean it. I measure the people I work with by their integrity. He does what he says and says what he does. Look, folks, also, Nanette Barragan, for the longest time, she tried to pretend with me she was Irish, named Barragan. She's a great friend, and she's one of the great leaders in this country for the Hispanic community. Congressman Fume, where are you? Stand up, man. I've never once gone to this man and asked for help and I haven't gotten it. Not one single time. Thank you, pal. Thank you.
Connection lost.
And you're soon to be senator. Where is she? It's a hell of a lot easier job than being a county executive. I was a county official. They expect you can solve every problem. You don't have the authority to do it. You don't have enough money. But I'm looking forward. I told her I campaigned for or against whichever helped the most. Along with members of my administration, Javier Becerra, HHS, Administrator Brooks Fassell, CMS administrators here today. And let me say something. We're all thinking about my good friend, and he is a really good friend for a long time, Steny Hoyer. He represents the western shore of Delaware. Y'all think we're kidding. We have that fight all the time. I wish him a speedy recovery. I understand he's doing well. Folks, this is a fight all of us have been fighting for a long time, taking on Big Pharma. We pay more for prescription drugs. It's not hyperbole. We pay more for prescription drugs than any advanced nation in the world. I could take out an Air Force One, and if you have a prescription from a drug company in America, and fly you to Toronto, Canada, fly you to Paris, France, fly you to Belgium, fly you anywhere around the world, and get you the same prescription filled for the same company for 40 to 60% less than we pay for it here. Too many Americans can't afford the drugs they badly need for life and death. So they skip doses, cut pills in half, forego prescriptions entirely because the prescription drugs are totally unaffordable. The woman you all met, the nurse you just met, she's paid $900 a month. Well, guess what, man? She's going to pay nowhere near that. $9,000. She's going to pay, guess what? Beginning January, every single prescription drug she has, including, God forbid, if she needs a really expensive drug like a cancer drug. Maximum she ever has to pay is $2,000, period. But that's why from the time I was in the Senate, I worked tirelessly to give Medicare the power to negotiate lower drug prices, just like the Department of Veterans Affairs. In fact, I was reminded by staff today, one of the first major bills I worked on was in 1973. I co-sponsored legislation led by Senator Frank Church that let Medicare negotiate the cost of drugs. 1973, this fight's been going on. You know, the VA pays as they should, 50% less than Medicare, because VA can negotiate the prices. But for years, Big Pharma blocked Medicare from negotiating lower drug prices. The consequence, they're able to maintain the exorbitant price increases, and the profits are uncalled for. Look, but this time we finally beat Big Pharma. And I might add, with no help from Republicans, not a single Republican voted for this bill, period, not one in the entire Congress. Now, the reason I say it is not to make a political point about them, not if they had gotten their lesson, but guess what? They want to, the guy we're running against, what's his name? Donald Dump or Donald, whatever. They want to get rid of this, what we passed. They're fighting to get rid of what we've just passed. No, I'm serious. No help from Republicans passed the Inflation Reduction Act, thanks to the tie-breaking vote of Kamala, made it possible. Folks, it really matters. For example, take the insulin needed to treat diabetes. The guy who invented that insulin 100 years ago didn't put a patent on it because he wanted it to be available for everybody. He didn't even patent it. Well, guess you know how much it cost those companies to make that insulin? $10, T-E-N. That's the God's truth. $10, number one. Number two, to package it and ship it, you might get it up to $13. But they were charging up to $400 a month for it. But now they can't charge more than $35 a month. It's a big deal. Oh, look, $35 a month. These guys still make enormous profits. That's 3 times what it cost them to make it. The initial legislation capped the cost for everyone who needed that insulin. How many of you know anybody needs insulin for diabetes? Raise your hand. Okay, well, guess what? For the next 3 months we got here, I'm not leaving here, and Kamala, when she's president, going to make sure if we don't get it done, everybody should qualify for that $35 a month. Every American. I mean it. Folks, that's not all. The same law we wrote, means starting in January of this year, every senior in the United States of America, no matter what their cost of drugs, and like I said, some of these cancer drugs are $12,000 a year. Every single penny they spend, they never have to spend more than $2,000 a year for all drugs. All drugs. And we're going to fight to make sure everyone qualifies for that as well. Look, all together, our reforms not only save lives, but here's the point people don't talk enough about. It saves the taxpayers billions of dollars. What we've done so far will save the taxpayers over the next 10 years $160 billion. Taxpayers, lowering the debt. I mean it. Because they don't have to pay the exorbitant price that Medicare had to pay before. They're going to pay $35 instead of $400. Folks, and those savings are only going to increase for American taxpayers because it matters. Look, but that's not all the Inflation Reduction Act did. Last summer, I announced under that law, Medicare is going to select, and it's already passed law, 10 drugs a year, going up to 20 until we get every single drug every year. Drugs treat from everything from heart failure, blood clots, kidney disease, arthritis, blood cancers, and more. And today, I'm proud to announce that Medicare has reached agreement with all manufacturers on all 10 drugs selected in the first round of negotiations. The new lower prices for all 10 drugs will go into effect in January of 2026, not this January, next January. Negotiations cut the price of these 10 drugs for Judy and others who are Medicare nearly 40 to 80%, depending which drug it is. Let me give you one example. Non-insulin diabetes drugs cost $530 a month. Some of you may know that. Guess what? It's now only going to cost $115.
All right, folks, you are listening to President Joe Biden there with Vice President Kamala Harris, the president delivering remarks on the progress that the team has made, his administration, to lower costs for the American people. They are at Prince George's County Community College in Maryland. Welcome to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser along with Tim Stanovic on this Thursday, August 15th. This is the first time that we've seen the two together in what has been a very news-filled couple of weeks, Tim.
Yeah, the first time that the two have been together since the president ended his re-election bid just close to 4 weeks ago and endorsed Harris. This is an event outside of Washington touting prescription drug savings under the president's signature Inflation Reduction Act. If you do want to keep listening to the president or watching, just hit live go on your Bloomberg terminal.
All right, and I will say, in all, the presidential candidates are out in full force talking policies. Later today, Donald Trump will be holding a campaign event in New Jersey. So, again, there's a lot going on, and yeah, we are in a presidential election year. We've got a lot going on, including some economic news, which has been really important this date, I should say this week, in what we've been focusing on. So we're going to get to that in just a moment. Having said that, we want to talk a little bit more, too, about what we just heard from Vice President Kamala Harris and President Biden. With us right now is the co-host of Bloomberg Balance of Power, Kayleigh Lyons. She is in D.C. So, too, is our Bloomberg News White House and politics reporter, Gregory Cordy. Hey, Kayleigh, let me start with you. Anything jump out for you? The race is on.
Well, the race certainly is on. I wouldn't say what they spoke about in terms of the actual efforts to lower costs for seniors and for the Medicare program overall, but with these negotiating with big drug companies was that surprising because we already knew what this was going to look like, announcing a $6 billion cost savings for Medicare itself and for seniors who rely on these drugs, about $1.5 billion in cost savings is what the White House is putting out there. I think what was more interesting was to see the nature of the interaction between the vice president and the president, who is now going to be a one-term president. We heard him there in his remarks referring to Kamala Harris as the next president multiple times, while she in hers was saying, leading the crowd in chants of "Thank you, Joe," really trying to still put a spotlight on his legacy as she campaigns to be president herself after November. So it's a really remarkable thing to see, as this is the first time they've shared a stage since Joe Biden made the decision to leave the race last month. And I would also point out that Harris is going to be making a speech of her own on her own in North Carolina tomorrow, talking about economic policy. Clearly today, she is not trying to distance herself from this policy in particular when it comes to lowering drug and healthcare costs for Americans. But tomorrow may be a day in which we see her carve out more of her own lane and potentially forecast ways in which she intends to be different on economic policy than the president she served for the last 3.5 years.
Yeah, speaking of that own lane, Gregory Cordy, come on in here because you contribute to the Washington Edition newsletter. Sign up for that at Bloomberg.com or on the Bloomberg terminal. To add on to what Kayleigh was just saying, how does a vice president of a current administration, of a current president who is less popular than the vice president, manage to disassociate herself from the term that she served over the last 4 years, but at the same time not distance herself too much?
Yeah, it's definitely a balancing act, and there's a long history of vice presidential candidates who served under the presidents having a little bit of maybe friction with their predecessor. Eisenhower was famously asked if he could name a policy area where Richard Nixon contributed, and he said, "If you give me a week, I might think of one." Right? So this is something that every president and potential would-be vice presidential successor has had to grapple with. And in this case, I think I think Kayleigh nailed it. Looking at the visuals here, certainly there seems to be a lot of chemistry between these two still. Remember, this is a Biden event. This is an official White House event. So we still have Vice President Kamala Harris introducing the president. If this were a campaign event, the order of precedence might be a little different. He might be introducing her. But this is an official event, and it's in very friendly territory. It's in Prince George's County, just outside of Washington, D.C. It's the kind of place you go when you're president if you want to get out of the Capitol and still get home in time for lunch. But it's also the most Democratic county in America. This is a county that voted 90% for Joe Biden. It's sort of the home of a burgeoning black suburban middle class in the Washington region and really nationally. So this is going to be a very friendly audience to Joe Biden, and you heard that with a chance of "Thank you, Joe."
Yeah, I think about like kind of the baton passing, which we know actually happened a few weeks ago. But, you know, I do think, Kaylee, you're right. Like the image, it's really striking. And I was thinking about, you know, when I had last seen President Biden specifically, but to see the two of them together in very, very different roles, you do think about, okay, folks, the Democratic Party, same thing. You know, we've talked about how they have the unity in getting behind Kamala Harris. It really does look like the baton has been passed. A new chapter is kind of been opened as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see this on display again next week at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. President Biden is slated to speak Monday night. One could argue that of primetime speaking slots in a convention week, that is perhaps the least important, as they traditionally build up as the week goes on. And it will culminate instead on Thursday evening with a speech from Harris herself as she formally accepts the nomination to be the Democratic candidate for president in this election cycle. So it'll be very evident in Chicago the way in which this race has shifted so fundamentally, and the party itself along with it, as you say, Carol. What will be interesting after we get through the convention and really we're in that final stretch toward the election on November 5th is what role President Biden is going to play in the Harris campaign. To what extent will the vice president and her team, along with Governor Walz, of course, want him to be there campaigning on their behalf, involved on the trail? In what way, to the point we were talking about how we could see some different messaging from Kamala Harris tomorrow, will they try to create some degree of separation from a president who left the race in part because he was so deeply unpopular, and especially on issues of the economy and the border? So how much will we be seeing these two share the stage as we did today, again, as we move forward in these final weeks of the race?
Getting ready for all of that and more campaign events. Having said that, Gregory, I want to get back to you in terms of the money behind the campaigns. What do we know about the money that continues to come in on each side, and how we are all kind of getting ready to be blitzed by tons of political advertising?
Yeah, it's already happening. We reported yesterday that there's $247 million reserved in August alone. We haven't even gotten to Labor Day, and we're talking about $250 million that's going to be spent on presidential races on really what's an expanding map. Harris's entry into this race has really expanded the battleground map. It really was formerly being fought almost exclusively in Pennsylvania. 60% of ad spending just a few months ago was being spent in Pennsylvania. Now it's all of those 7 swing states that we talk about: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Wisconsin, as well as Pennsylvania. And so it's starting early. Trump is getting into the game after really sort of ceding the airwaves to Biden for many, many months. Biden was the only one spending, trying to make up ground against Trump in the polls, and we know how that ended. But both of these campaigns are sitting on large stockpiles of cash from these small dollar money bombs. Every extraordinary event that we've had this summer, tens and hundreds of millions of dollars of small donations come in. And the other thing that's pushing this forward is that early voting starts in about a month in Pennsylvania,
crazy?
if you can believe that. And so the candidates have to get their messages out. And Harris is still, I mean, she has to reintroduce herself to voters. And of course, Trump is going to have to define her as a dangerous radical liberal as well. And so really we're seeing all of a sudden the television campaign come to life in mid-August.
Kaylee, before we let both of you go, one of the opportunities that the former president has to define Kamala Harris is tonight in Bedminster, New Jersey, 4:30. We do expect him to hold a press conference there. Why Bedminster? What do we expect to hear from him, especially after yesterday's speech in Nashville?
Well, Bedminster, of course, is the location of one of his golf courses. He spends a lot of time there, in addition to Mar-a-Lago, where we saw him hold a similar press conference last week. So this will be twice in as many weeks here. In part, this is designed to create a contrast with Harris herself, who has, to this point, not been holding news conferences like this, not sitting down for interviews. It is something that the Trump-Vance campaign have gone after her quite heavily on. So we could expect some language for him to the effect of, at least I'm here answering your questions. But especially, Tim, as you bring up that he did give an address that was supposed to be about economic policy in North Carolina yesterday. He often went off script. He at one point questioned what his campaign staff were telling him, openly saying, they say that the economy is the top issue. I'm not sure that it is, suggesting there's other things that he wanted to talk about. So the question around discipline is what we'll be on watch for again this afternoon, as there are other Republicans openly criticizing this campaign and this candidate specifically for a lack of disciplined messaging. Nikki Haley, in an interview earlier this week, said he needed to stop whining along with the rest of the Republican Party. Even Vivek Ramaswamy, who after leaving the Republican primary earlier this year has been a very close, staunch advocate for Donald Trump, has suggested that he needs to take different advice when it comes to messaging and focus on specifically policy issues in contrast with Harris. So we'll see the extent to which he does so today. And of course, he'll also have other opportunities to do so, we understand, at least according to the Harris campaign, with what they say will be 2 presidential debates this fall. They've agreed to September 10th. Harris and her team say there'll be another one in October, along with the October 1st vice presidential debate between Walz and Vance that both announced they agreed to today.
Setting my VCR. Or no, I can't even say that. DVR. Sorry, DVR already.
A big thank you to Bloomberg Balance of Powers, Kaylee Lyons, also Bloomberg News White House and politics reporter Gregory Cordy. Once again, check out the Washington Edition newsletter. Sign up at Bloomberg.com or on the Bloomberg terminal, and check out Kaylee and Joe at 5 p.m. for Balance of Power.
All right, watching politics, also watching what's going on in the U.S. economy. We did see the market react, stocks climbing, bonds tumbling as retail sales data underscored the strength of the world's largest economy, allaying fears that the Fed's high rates would be risking a pronounced slowdown. So let's get to it. Back with us, making sense of all of it, and I'm curious if he's going to vote in favor of soft landing. Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee here in studio. Is the soft landing intact?
We have no opinions here, okay? Just reporting the facts.
On the
For a minute there, I thought you were going to ask who I was going to vote for.
So did I. I was like, where's Carol now?
Where is she going with this?
No, that's private. That's between you and the ballot box.
Yes. I already voted. I tweeted today. I think they've hit the soft landing.
Oh, I thought you were talking about voting for president.
No, I don't live in Pennsylvania. I got to wait till the polls open here. But the Fed has basically got an economy that has slowed but not fallen off a cliff, basically slowed to kind of the thing that they want, a sustainable level of growth. The Atlanta Fed GDP Now tracker after retail sales came out at 2.45%. That's down a little bit from 2.9, but it's still well above
growth,
well above potential growth.
Yeah.
And then we saw inflation coming down as it has on a continual basis. So, it's hard to say what a soft landing is in the sense that the economy doesn't land. It just every day we get up and do more stuff. But right now, you should say this is what they wanted, and they got there with inflation low and going down.
A very bright person on our team, Elizabeth Cedrin, said to me, is a rolling recession the same as a soft landing? Is it?
No, a rolling recession would be, well, the common understanding of it is that a certain part of the economy is in recession, and it comes out and another part goes into recession. Now, you can argue that manufacturing might be in recession now, but most of the evidence for that is in the sentiment surveys, the ISM surveys, whereas we did get a decline in manufacturing for a month today in the Fed's industrial production report, but that's the overall production has still remained strong enough, and we're still adding manufacturing jobs. So it's not like 2015 when we did have a manufacturing recession.
Hey, Mike, what metric would you have to see in order to say, not just you say this, but the general consensus be, the plane has landed and it was a soft landing. We can move on and now talk about the next economic phenomena.
Well, that's the hard part because, as I was saying, there's no real definition. But I think
would it be inflation at 2%?
Well, no, I think a lot of people would say when the Fed starts cutting rates, that they have determined that this is as good as it's going to get, and they can start cutting rates. So that would be the soft landing. You can only look at this kind of thing really in retrospect, and a year from now we can say, well, did we go into recession afterwards or not?
Yeah.
But right now it looks like they have done it. And
so Jay is breaking out the 150-year-old cognac. Kind of, and saying, hey guys, he's going to bring it to, you got to tell me, like, does he bring it to Jackson Hole?
Oh, well, I'll ask him, and if he's got some, maybe I'll sample it for you.
Yeah.
Now, if you remember the old story about the Vietnam War, George Aiken was the senator from Vermont who said that after he got fed up with the war, that we should just declare victory and go home. And that was his solution to the war. And my view is the Fed should just declare soft landing and then stop talking about it. All right, we made it. Now let's move on to what we do next.
Okay, speaking of what comes next, it is Jackson Hole. You are dusting off the cowboy boots, headed out there next week. How does the data that we got today inform what we hear from Jay Powell next week?
Well, I think it just reinforces the message that he's been giving us, that the economy is in good shape. They don't have to rush anything. There's no emergency, and yet the economy is behaving as they thought it would, and inflation is coming down as they thought it would, so they have more confidence in progress, and he'll probably say what he has said is it will soon be appropriate to
is the
change rates.
The soft July jobs number that freaked everybody out, is that an outlier?
Well, there's a lot of thought that it might be because we had a lot of people who weren't working because of weather. Now, they say it wasn't the hurricane in Texas, but weather around the country. And then you had a big jump in the number of people who were on temporary layoff. Now, when we match that up against the jobless claims numbers, remember, jobless claims shot up in July, and now they have come back down to the pre-July numbers, and what we saw is that the biggest declines were in Michigan and Texas, and Texas was where the hurricane was.
Right.
And in Michigan, the auto plant retooling. So we always kind of expect higher claims in July, and for those reasons, and this is probably reflecting that. So there is a good chance we get something of a rebound. Most economists I've talked to don't think we'll go back to the 180 level, but we will see a rebound from what we had in July.
I think there's going to be a lot of fly fishing next week because he's going to feel kind of good.
Wish,
Like we kind of got
wish.
that. I'm just saying. Just kind of feels. He's got to feel pretty good here.
More beverage curves than actual beverages next week.
Very nice. Very nice.
Sad good way to put it, yes.
Michael McKee, thank you so much. International economics and policy correspondent here at Bloomberg News. Okay, so check politics, check economy. Now we've got to talk a little bit more about retail, specifically Walmart, because this stock is off and flying.
Yeah, Walmart shares up 6.8% right now, up the most in more than 4 years. The world's largest retailer, a barometer of growth, soaring, Carol, after raising its sales guidance.
Yeah, the Bentonville, Arkansas-based company says it now expects net sales to rise as much as 4.75% for the year versus previous guidance for a gain of as much as 4%. So definitely bumping that up. It also raised its targets for operating income and profits. It sounds like everything is awesome. So let's get into it with Bloomberg Intelligence senior retail staples and packaged food analyst. So psyched that she's back with us. She's there in BI headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Jen Bartoshis, good to have you back with us. So Walmart, it feels super good, but you're the expert, is it?
Yeah, Walmart had a fantastic quarter, and there's no question about it. And in an environment where people are seeking value, Walmart is flourishing. What I would say, there were some very interesting takeaways from the earnings call this morning. And one of them that I thought was most notable was when Doug McMillon kind of called out some of the packaged food suppliers that Walmart has in terms of pricing. And that, he said about half of them have, stopped trying to pass through price increases, but the other half are still trying to do so. And when you have that in a backdrop where the consumer is really looking for relief from inflation, it was a very interesting takeaway that Walmart seems to be signaling they're going to be tougher on their suppliers.
So is that Doug McMillon just being smart because we know Walmart is very tough on their suppliers and just saying, hey, don't play around with me. I know what's going on. I see the numbers. Or is it really that, it's something, Jen, I'll be honest with you, we've talked about, like, why haven't prices come down more? Are they do suppliers know they're in an environment where people are like, yeah, they're all talking about inflation, so they expect to pay more. We can continue to keep prices high. What's your take on it? You're the expert.
Yeah, well, I think that there's a combination of things, as there almost always is. Part of it is that Walmart does have the scale to kind of flex those muscles, but there's been also a lot of political conversation, just as you were talking about with your last guest, what are the expectations, and, there are, people are going to be talking about this as part of the election backdrop in terms of food inflation in general, making things more affordable. The difficulty is that when you look at retailers like Walmart or like Kroger or some of the essentials retailers, profit margins are only in the 2 to 3% range. So it's not like they're price gouging and pocketing the cash, right? So I think that we're going to see some of this pressure transferring up the chain back towards the packaged food companies. And that could translate over the second half of the year and into next year into additional margin pressure if there is demand that they start to lower prices more aggressively.
Okay, Jen, we're going to talk about that in just a couple of minutes. You can just read our minds with exactly where we want to go in the conversation. Before we get there, I want to kind of refer back to what you were talking about in reference to our conversation with Mike McKee a little earlier about the economy, because what struck me was actually a comment to our Bloomberg News team from Walmart's CFO, who said, quote, "We are not seeing any incremental fraying of our customers' financial health." That's John David Rainey in an interview to our own Jae-Won Kang a little earlier this morning when those numbers crossed. How can we read into Walmart's results to get an understanding of the U.S. consumer?
Well, arguably, Walmart touches more consumers in the U.S. than probably any other retailer because everybody shops there usually at some point. So they do have a very, very good read into the U.S. consumer. One of the things that's interesting, and they talked about it in their call in May and again today, is that they're pulling more higher income households into their sphere of influence. So more shoppers are coming to Walmart more frequently than maybe they had historically. And so when you take that aggregate together and Walmart says they're not seeing any kind of fraying in the consumer, I think part of that is that as a low-cost operator and as a low-cost price provider, they're giving customers what they need. And so customers are continuing to reward Walmart with their spending and their loyalty. Other retailers may see some of that fraying that Walmart is not.
Okay, let's, I want to touch on the price gouging because that's politically a really interesting thing.
Yeah.
Jen, you started talking about margins a little bit, but because you cover packaged foods, retail staples, we got to ask you about Vice President Kamala Harris set to call for a federal ban on food and grocery price gouging as part of this broader set of proposals intended to reduce consumer costs. Her campaign said this in a preview of that first policy speech of her presidential bid. How did that statement read to you, given that you understand the economics of groceries and you also understand the role that regulators could or could not take in an environment such as this?
Yeah, I think the first thing is that everybody wants to see price relief for the consumer, because if consumers feel better, they spend more, and that's a great thing overall for our economy. When it comes to putting a ban on price gouging, it's very difficult to pinpoint what you consider price gouging versus not. The most successful cases that we've seen in the last 2 or 3 years that have actually resulted in settlements are price fixing cases that are really about commodities. We've seen that about pork. We've seen that about chicken. We've seen it about eggs. We've seen it about sugar. These are actual commodities where it's easier to prove that there is price fixing happening or that there is some sort of unfair practice that's occurring. Once you start trying to implement that at individual retailers, that gets very, very hard to monitor and to identify exactly who may or may not be violating a ban.
So could regulators go after those suppliers rather than the sellers of the products from those suppliers to actually control prices?
Yes, I would expect that the most logical path to enforcing a ban like that would be with the suppliers, and that goes back to kind of what I was alluding to when I talked about the packaged food companies, and perhaps they may bear a bigger part of that burden than the retailers themselves. In general, packaged food companies have slightly higher profit margins, not meaningfully higher, but somewhat higher. Same with with regards to EBITDA margins. So there's a little bit more room to give, but most of the packaged food companies that we're listening to through this earnings period are talking about still struggling with costs.
Hey, listen, you mentioned consumer sentiment. Just 20 seconds here. When you keep an eye on, what do you watch in terms of the health of the consumer and then these consumer company space? What's the most important metric? Is it consumer sentiment?
Sentiment's important. It's just really about how often are consumers going out to stores and how much are they spending. So ticket and traffic are kind of the two big things that we always watch in retail.
Oh my God, you're the queen of consumer packaged area. We love it, love it, love it. Jen, thank you so much. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Retail Staples and Packaged Food Analyst Jen Bartoshis with our Bloomberg Intelligence team there in Princeton, New Jersey. We do have a story crossing the Bloomberg terminal.
Yeah, Redhead, California Governor Gavin Newsom plans to propose legislation requiring oil companies in the most populous U.S. state, that would be California, to amass stockpiles of gasoline and other fuels to prevent supply shortages and price spikes during refinery outages.
Yeah, such reserves would shield Californians who already pay some of the highest pump prices in the nation from the sort of run-up seen in 2022 and also last year. This is according to a Newsom appointee who leads the state's Division of Petroleum Market Oversight. If such a measure had been in place, it would have saved consumers as much as $650 million last year alone, this individual putting that out there. So, you know, there's a lot going on, and we're thinking about cost to individuals, consumers, in a big way.
I'm also thinking about markets because I'm seeing a lot of green across the screen. The NASDAQ up 2.3%, the S&P up 1.6%, and the Dow up 1.3%.
All right, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master, Tim Stanovic. This is Bloomberg.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Stocks climbed, bonds tumbled, retail sales data underscored the strength of the U.S. economy, allaying fears the Federal Reserve's high rates would be risking a pronounced slowdown. Retail sales advanced 1% in July, the most since early 2023. The number of Americans applying for unemployment benefits fell last week, another sign that the job market remains resilient in the face of high interest rates. This is the second week in a row jobless claims fell, now to its lowest level since early July. Ahead of retail sales, we got retail earnings from Walmart. The world's biggest retailer raised its profit outlook for the full year as it expects to reel in more deal hunters. Walmart says its outlook based on performance so far this year, but there's still some uncertainty around the election and the war in the Middle East. Walmart shares now 7% higher. And St. Louis Fed President Alberto Musalem says he believes the time is approaching to reduce interest rates, joining a handful of other Fed officials signaling that they are close to supporting a cut when the FOMC meets next month in Washington. Let's check those markets for you, as we do all day here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 1.6%, NASDAQ up 2.3%, and the Dow is up 1.3%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 3.93%, and the 2-year at 4.1%. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec.
Got it. Amy, thank you so much. Amy Morris in D.C. Well, free speech versus cracking down on incendiary content like hate speech. Welcome, everybody, to our brave new world, and one that has thrown the world's richest man and his ex-social media platform into the crosshairs of governments, Tim, worldwide.
We're talking about Elon Musk, of course, and his absolutist version of free speech. With more on this story by Bloomberg's Kurt Wagner and Michael Shepard, we head to Michael, who is Bloomberg News senior editor for tech and strategic industries, who joins us from Washington, D.C. The UK is actually a star of what's been happening in recent days. Michael, bring everyone up to speed, because if you aren't always online following what's been going on, you might not be up to speed.
Well, that's a great place to start, Tim, because this is one of the episodes that has really drawn a lot of attention to this conflict between, free speech and the absolutist version that Elon Musk has been promoting, especially on his Twitter platform, and some of the hate speech and disinformation that are behind, authorities say, some of the recent rioting that took place in the UK following the July 29th murder of 3 schoolgirls. Since that attack, there was a surge of disinformation on X, but on other platforms too, like Telegram, that sought to foment the crime and turn it into an anti-immigrant moment. And far-right groups in the UK and elsewhere really seized on it. And we saw an eruption of violence in cities across the UK for several days.
What is free speech? Because I think about it, I'm like pulling up the First Amendment, right? Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment
I do not envy Michael, who has to answer this question. I'm just going to say that right now.
The free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. What does free speech, which is, I think, if you ask most Americans when they think about what is America, I would think free speech comes to mind, that we can kind of say whatever we want, even if it's controversial. So what is free speech?
Carol, this is a great question, and this is the ultimate tension underlying the discussion here, and that we're seeing on X and on other platforms, really is how do you define it, and whose speech is it? But it is also a question of what is the speech seeking to do? There's a difference between controversial speech and even hateful speech, things that may be of a racist nature or sexist nature, but speech that tends to incite violence or harm people or cause harm. Even the U.S. Supreme Court, which has, resolutely defended the First Amendment and this idea of, virtually unfettered expression by Americans and really by others here in the U.S., and a sentiment shared by other governments and other countries, other democracies as well. One of the differences is, what about shouting fire in a crowded theater? What about crying wolf in a way that could cause stampede or could cause harm or could incite riots? And that is one of the questions really at hand in this whole discussion, that should the platforms that carry some of this communication, do something to step in and say, hey, wait a minute, this could really cause some trouble, so we will not air that. In other words, exercising some judgment about what they are carrying and what appears and what gets spread out to millions of users. And this also includes the question of disinformation.
Yeah.
After a certain point, falsehoods can have an influence on public opinion and even election results.
I think, Michael, what is challenging, particularly for these technology platforms that you and Kurt write about, is what is considered free speech in Brazil might not be considered free speech in the US or the UK or perhaps India, for example. So even though these platforms are available in all of these different parts of the world, what a user sees in one of those areas might not be allowed for a user in another area, no?
Well, Tim, I'm glad you brought that up because we have seen differing approaches in different large democracies like the US, like Brazil, like India, where governments have taken different stances. In India, in February, the government was able to pressure X to suspend several accounts that were linked to incendiary content that risked stoking these farm-related farmer protests and making them into really violent actions. And so they, the government was able to get the platform to back away. And in Brazil, we saw similar pressure on X from the government, from the nation's highest court, the Supreme Court, which was pushing to get some accounts suspended over the dissemination of what authorities in Brazil saw as fake news related to the country's 2022 election. That's still an issue being disputed, in fact, by Musk. Just the other night, some documents were unearthed related to the Supreme Court, and he posted them on X and pointed to it as what he saw as evidence of Brazil trying to curb free speech. Now, in the U.S., it's a different question. And the problem in the U.S. really is that we don't really have laws that allow regulators to step in with as much vigor.
But it's hard, right? Because social media, I always think about it's media. And increasingly, people get their news from social media, right? And I think about, I grew up in the world, whether you were a New York Times or a Wall Street Journal or a Washington Post, that if you put out incorrect, or an ABC or an NBC or a Bloomberg, that if you put out wrong information, you had to correct it. If you put out an opinion piece, it was very clearly an opinion piece. And so I do wonder, how are we supposed to look at social media? Should it not be policed? Yes, freedom of speech, but when there are inaccuracies, what's the responsibility of those platforms?
Well, Kara, that's another great question there about the responsibility of these platforms versus some of the old media vanguard. I came up myself through the newspaper industry before joining Bloomberg, and even at Bloomberg, we have a rigorous approach to accuracy and making sure that if we make a mistake, we correct it, that we vet our articles before publication. And on the social media platforms, there really is no vetting. There is no screening. And at X, in fact, after Elon Musk purchased it in 2022, he made a number of drastic cuts to the workforce. It's part of a cost-cutting move. But one of the areas that was especially hard hit was the section that was devoted to writing and enforcing some of the rules governing user posts. And Elon Musk really wanted, no holds barred. And he wanted users to be the ones who were the police force, sort of like a posse in the old West days.
All I would say is, I just pulled up Elon Musk on X, Twitter, whatever the heck you want to call it, but he's got 194.6 million followers. And so, even
if you don't follow him, he'll show up in your feed.
Well, and the point is,
if you do click the algorithmic feed.
Followers policing, not all followers. I mean, he obviously has a lot more might on the platform, or somebody like a Donald Trump when he was on the platform has a lot more might. And so, I don't know. I don't feel like policing is so equal either. So, yeah.
That's right. A lot of people have faulted the community notes as being an inadequate tool to be able to rein in some of the what is seen as harmful content.
It's a brave new world, as we said. Michael, so glad we could check in with you. Bloomberg News Senior Editor for Technology and Strategic Industries. Check out this story. You can find it at Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg Terminal. Coming up next, the $113 million pay package that launches Starbucks' incoming CEO also launches him into the stratosphere when it comes to pay. We'll get to that in just a moment.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg in Washington, I'm Amy Morris. Retail earnings from Walmart, the world's biggest retailer, raised its profit outlook for the full year as it expects to reel even more deal hunters. Greg Malik is with Evercore ISI.
Well, I think Walmart's been gaining traffic amongst all consumers really now for a good 8 quarters. And I think what you're seeing is that broadening out, that people are going to Walmart not just to save money on food, but they're going there to find where they need things. They can get some extra and really great value versus what else is out there in the market.
Evercore's Greg Malik. And Walmart shares advance about 7%. Norwegian Cruise Line Holdings President and CEO Harry Sommer explains that prices will absolutely go up for the remainder of this year and likely into 2025.
We're guiding in Q3 and Q4 for prices to go up. I mean, you may imagine, with the long lead time I described, Q3 and Q4 are substantially sold out. So we have great visibility, and we stand behind the guidance we just issued a few weeks ago in our quarterly earnings call. Pricing will absolutely go up in both quarters, and it looks that way for 2025 certainly as well.
CEO Harry Sommer tells Bloomberg Television that demand is high, while offering that predicting consumers' needs years into the future is a component of success. Shares of Norwegian Cruise Lines are up about 5%. And shares of Cisco Systems, the biggest maker of computer networking equipment, rose the most in more than 4 years after the company's bullish revenue forecast for the current period and its plans to cut thousands of jobs as part of a strategy shift. CFO Scott Herron says the workforce reduction isn't about saving money or boosting profits, but to free up resources to shift into AI. Cisco shares now 6.5% higher. Those are the company stories that we've been following this hour. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week, radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Original. So, this is among our most read stories on the Bloomberg. We've all been talking about it.
Yeah, which one? I mean, there's like 3 stories about it. They're all different stories, I should say.
Ka-ching, ka-ching.
Yeah, we're talking about Starbucks incoming CEO Brian Niccol. He's set to start next month. People were wondering about his pay package. He was, I think people would fair to say he had a good tenure at Chipotle.
Yeah,
no question
totally.
There. But by leaving Chipotle before all of his stock award grants have matured, he's actually leaving some money on the table. So that goes into the new calculation for his Starbucks pay package, Carol.
All right, so let's get to it. So Brian Niccol is going to start next month with a pay package worth $113 million, a large part of it, which is equity, to replace those awards from his prior employer that he'll have to relinquish, according to filings. Package will likely make him one of the highest paid CEOs in the United States. The change led to an instant return, though, in terms of the company's stock price. So after the announcement, stay with me, shares at Starbucks soared by 25%, the most ever, and added $21.4 billion to the company's market cap. So some might say, not me, others who are observing that it was money well spent.
You're just pointing out the numbers, Carol.
Time will tell, though. Yes, I'm just pointing out the numbers.
It's not just a substantial payday for Brian Niccol, though. Outgoing CEO Laxman Narasimhan, who was terminated without cause with respect to his contractual entitlements, will leave with a payout likely worth roughly $10 million. That's according to filings in his 2022 offer letter. Remember, he was there for fewer than 2 years. He also holds equity awards worth millions of dollars, which he may collect in part depending on the terms of his exit. So he still has skin in the game, you could say.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. You and I were kind of having a conversation in the newsroom, like this whole idea of, executives, especially sought-after executives. Somebody said to us, I can't remember if it was on air or off air yesterday, that they must have paid him a lot to get him away from Netflix. Not Netflix, I'm sorry, from Chipotle. Sorry, Chipotle. He's been there for a while, got it through the pandemic.
Chipotle and chill, Carol.
Chipotle and chill. Well, he's
Chipotle
not chilling. He's going to leave.
No.
But is he really leaving? Because he's going to be working in the same city.
Exactly. So that's another one of the most read stories, is about how he'll be allowed to work 1,000 miles from Starbucks headquarters. He won't be required to relocate to Seattle. Instead, he'll commute to the home base of Seattle as needed to do his job. The company said in a filing yesterday. The current employer, Chipotle, located in Newport Beach, California. It's where Starbucks will pay for a remote office to be set up about 1,000 miles from Seattle.
I covered Chipotle for a long time. I mean, their home base was definitely in Colorado, in the Boulder area, and like no doubt about it. So it was interesting that when Brian Niccol took over, that his home base was in Newport Beach. And what's interesting is the story that gets into it and covers that, Niccol will be allowed to continue to work from Newport Beach. It says being allowed to work remotely is becoming more common for CEOs and was part of the package that Starbucks used to recruit Brian Niccol to their company. And so his compensation includes a $10 million cash signing bonus and a $1.6 million annual salary. There's just a lot of moving pieces to it.
That said, white-collar employees at Starbucks were required at the beginning of last year to return to the office at least 3 days a week. It's a move that sparked backlash from some workers.
Do what I say, not what I do.
Hey, maybe he will be there 3 days a week. Part of the terms of the contract include finding temporary housing for him in Seattle while he does look for a secondary residence there.
Yeah.
So I assume he'll be spending quite a significant portion of time.
Well, if you've got a family that you don't necessarily want to uproot them, I totally get it, especially if your kids are younger. We're having some fun with it, but I also think it's interesting the flexibility of allowing CEOs, and maybe that will trickle down to more workers.
Everything is
overall.
negotiable.
Going in.
If you're
going in,
a highly
so they
rewarded
say.
CEO. Yeah.
All right, everybody. For those who are watching on TV, the close is coming your way in just a moment. Tim and I are going to continue on Bloomberg Business Week.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. We are just 60 minutes away from the closing bell on this Thursday. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenivek. And Tim, we got a rally underway.
We got a rally happening here in the U.S. Taking a look at the green across the screen, 2.3% higher on the S&P, or on the NASDAQ, 1.6% on the S&P 500, 1.3% on the Dow. We're going to have more from Amy Morris in just a second. In the meantime, Carol.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, say it.
We're up 6 days in a row on the S&P 500, a gain of about 6.6%.
You're not supposed to talk about like a no-hitter.
What do you mean?
If a no-hitter's happening in baseball, it's bad luck.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there.
You think this is going to run out of steam?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know either. Anyway, there's a rally happening.
You know where there's not necessarily a rally happening?
China.
Yeah. We're going to be speaking with a guest who's joined us in the past. He stays up late in Beijing, joins us in the middle of the night there. We really appreciate it. He's going to continue to make his case for investing in China despite some not so great economic data coming out in the last 24 hours.
I can't wait to talk to him. I feel like this weekend, concerns about the steel sector, just economic data and so on and so forth, still concerns about the real estate market. So we're going to get into that. Also, we're going to talk with someone who is known as Harlem's Banker. She is working to help JP Morgan Chase reduce the wealth gap. So we're going to see what they're doing in terms of strategy and the progress that they're making already.
Plus, no easy way to say it, a riveting story on the doctors who cut a giant tumor out of our colleague's head, which led him to investigate and ask, could there be a better way?
This story gets into a medical procedure that you all know. Many of us have certainly tapped into it, but it's really increasingly finding more ways to kind of help in terms of treatments.
And you're not talking about brain surgery in the traditional sense.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not. All right, lots to come over the next couple of hours. Let's get you going, though, with a check on the trade. Here is Amy Morris.
All right, thank you, Carol. U.S. retail sales data topped Wall Street forecasts. Markets are reacting. The story now from Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Retail sales advanced 1% in July, the most since early 2023. Car sales bounced back after a cyber attack. Electronics and appliances posted solid gains. E-commerce rose at a more modest clip, potentially reflecting discounting as the data are tallied in dollars, not by volume. We're talking Amazon Prime Day and promotions at Walmart and Target. Just the same, Bloomberg Economics says consumers are spending at a slower pace than years past. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
And ahead of those retail sales, we got retail earnings from Walmart, the world's biggest retailer, raising its profit outlook for the full year as it expects to reel in more deal hunters. Greg Mellick is with Evercore ISI.
Well, I think Walmart's been gaining traffic amongst all consumers really now for a good 8 quarters. And I think what you're seeing is that broadening out, that people are going to Walmart not just to save money on food, but they're going there to find where they need things. They can get some extra and really great value versus what else is out there in the market.
Evercore's Greg Melick, and Walmart shares are about 7% higher at this hour. We check markets for you all day long at Bloomberg. S&P 500 up more than 1.5% now. NASDAQ up 2.2%. The Dow is up 1.3%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 3.92%, and the 2-year yield at 4.09%. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec.
Well, thank you so much, Amy, for that update. Do appreciate it. Well, you all know the expression, it's not brain surgery. Well, Carol, sometimes it is. Just ask our colleague Noah Buhire, who just a bit over a year ago found himself on an operating table at the University of Washington as surgeons cut a long upside-down U on his scalp, peeled back the skin, then made a grapefruit-sized opening in his skull through which they could remove a 4-centimeter-wide tumor on the back of his head.
Noah Buhire is Bloomberg News data investigations reporter. He joins us from our Seattle bureau. And for Bloomberg Business Week, he writes not just about his experience, but also about a renowned neurosurgeon's decades-long quest to develop a better way to eradicate tumors. Noah, first of all, we are so glad you're okay and you're with us to talk about this. What you wrote about, we just can only imagine what that time was like. Before we get to talking about Dr. Neil Cassell, and I hope I'm saying it correctly, tell us about getting your diagnosis, kind of where you were, what happened, and how you had to deal with it.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for having me on. I mean, it was a rather surreal moment. I was actually traveling for work. I was in Nashville at a conference, and I took a break to go out for a jog one afternoon, and toward the end of my run, collapsed with a really large seizure on the downtown streets of Nashville. And when I came to, I took a ride in an ambulance, got a CT scan, and that's when the doctors found this really large mass in the back of my head. And the mass, fortunately, was not cancerous. Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you were going to have a kind of brain tumor, this is the kind you wanted. The pathology later showed that it was extremely slow growing, hadn't metastasized. And frankly, this is the kind of thing that a neurosurgeon wants to see because they know they'll have a high rate of success if they go in there to resect it. Okay, we have quite a bit of time with you, so we're going to sort of go in chronological order here. A little over a year ago, you did find yourself on an operating table. Talk a little bit about the procedure and what you actually went through to have this mass removed. Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the highlights in the intro to the segment. Apologies to folks who don't want to hear graphic stuff, but the basic operation is to make a large incision on your head. Surgeons peel back the skin. They cut through the bone, set the bone fragment aside, do what they need to do to access the area. Then they reattach the section of bone, kind of like a lid to a cookie jar, and then they stitch you back up. After this whole thing, you know, I spent a little bit of time in the hospital and then about 6 weeks at home recuperating. But ultimately, you know, within about 6 months, I was back to many of my normal activities. I had to take a break from driving because of the seizure. But by and large, I'm doing what I used to do. So by all accounts, and I don't want to disparage conventional surgery, it's incredible what the doctors can do. But when you get down to it, it's still a rather intense process to have to go through. And that's really what led me to this story. That's exactly why we wanted you to explain what you went through, because what you spend the bulk of the story talking about is how there could be a solution on the horizon that would not require somebody to have this procedure as invasive, as your procedure was. Tell us about what you learned about Dr. Neil Cassell. Yeah, so I learned about Dr. Cassell through actually an interesting connection. I've been on this show in the past. You all, I think many listeners know this, but I used to be the corporate reporter here covering Warren Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway. And more than a decade ago, I wrote a profile of a guy named Ted Weschler, who Buffett hired to be an investment manager at his company. And over the years, I'd been following Weschler's career. And after my diagnosis, I happened to be speaking with him, and I told him what was going on in my life. And he said, "Oh, you should really meet a friend of mine here in Charlottesville where he lives named Neil Cassell." I was in the middle of a lot of stuff, and I sort of blew Weschler off. But 9 months later, I was reading a news story, and I saw Dr. Cassell mentioned, and I thought to reach out to Weschler again, and I started learning about this foundation that it turns out Weschler had helped Cassell start with about $500,000 and then subsequently given many more $1 million to this cause. And the thing you need to know about Cassell, I think he's a very interesting person, is that when he was practicing neurosurgery, he was one of the co-chairs of the department at the University of Virginia, and he was a really well-known stroke doctor. He was the guy that was called in when President Joe Biden, as a senator, needed 2 aneurysm procedures. He was part of the team that operated on Biden. But over the years, he was also really interested in innovative techniques. And about 2 decades ago, he got really excited about the idea of using ultrasound as a way, not as a diagnostic tool, but as something that could actually treat disease. And that's when he turned to Weschler, set up this foundation, and their mission really is to develop new ways to augment and advance treatments for a whole host of really tricky diseases by using a bunch of effects that ultrasound can stimulate in the body.
I have to say, I am a little obsessed with what happened and what you report on. And I'm sure you came across, too, a 60 Minutes piece that was also about the use of ultrasound. And this was basically to open up a blood-brain barrier to help drugs penetrate and help Alzheimer's patients. But also, they talked about people with addictions. It just feels like all of a sudden ultrasound is potentially having a moment.
Yeah, I think it's getting more attention because there are starting to be some clinical trials that are yielding interesting results. Now, one of the things I wanted to mention here, and when I went in, I wanted to be skeptical, is because a lot of these studies and applications of ultrasound are still very, very early stage. Mm-hmm. And I just want to make that clear to people because there's an interesting phenomenon that happens when people are pursuing novel medical technologies. There can be a burst of attention and enthusiasm when you have positive results out of these early stage studies. But as we all know, there are an enormous number of hurdles that you need to jump over, both regulatory and technical, to bring a treatment to the level where it's the standard of care.
How does that go? Go ahead, Carol.
No, right? Like, because I know, like, even the stuff that I think 60 Minutes did, that, like, if you penetrate the brain or the blood-brain barrier too much, you're talking about bleeding in the brain, right? Like, it's very tricky, and they still have a lot to know and learn. Yeah,
and that study, while it was incredibly exciting, was just 3 patients at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And what I think is so fascinating about that is that, and ultrasound more broadly, is that we're not talking about a single therapeutic. We're actually talking about a whole menu of mechanisms that could be helpful in delivering all sorts of drugs that we can't target to the brain for one reason or another. There are also, the main mechanism that ultrasound is being used for and reimbursed for around the world is about heating up parts of the body to basically non-invasively sear a tumor or an area of the body that you want to destroy. But that's just one mechanism of action. Heat is one thing that you can deliver with ultrasound. Another thing you can do is create a swarm of bubbles that in a treatment area that essentially blends up like a blender, an area of tissue that doctors want to target.
No, when it comes to bringing a new technology up to the standard of care, such as you describe, what's a way we can think about a timeline that if everything were to go according to plan, this would become available?
Well, I think that's the really interesting thing here. So Dr. Cassell has been for years saying that this, when he started out nearly 20 years ago, he thought this looked like MRI technology was 35 years prior. Now, we all know what MRIs are now. So many people have had them. If you haven't had one, you know someone who has. So on that timeline, it would suggest that we'd have, real treatments for some of these tricky diseases in the next 15, 20 years. But I think it's going to be disease by disease. For some things, ultrasound's going to work. For some things, it's not. And one of the real tensions that I tried to get at in this story is the real need for optimism and enthusiasm if you're even going to go to the effort of trying to discover these new treatments, but also, the reality of science and getting things approved and becoming standard of care requires an enormous amount of evidence. It involves designing clinical trials that are going to prove beyond a doubt, not just that something works and is safe, but at the end of the day, you want to know that it's cost effective. I mean, that's what the payers from Medicare to private insurers are gonna care about.
So how do you think, and I mentioned the 60 Minutes, but you really get into the work that the blood-brain barrier and what they're doing at the Rockefeller lab, what they're doing as well. You get into it. What do you think, though, our audience, who are often looking for like the future trends, right? We talk about AI so much right now, and the GLP-1 drugs, which are really have been a big kind of innovation, it feels like, in certainly the pharmaceutical space and care in the health world. But how do you think our audience should be thinking about what you have found out about potentially what could come from ultrasound? Minding you, it could take a while.
Yeah, look, I think it's a space to watch. A lot of the dollars that are being invested right now are coming from private industry, but compared to other kinds of medical technology, it's a relatively small amount of money. But I think one thing to take note is that these aren't silver bullets in and of themselves. Think of ultrasound as one tool that might augment or advance other methods of attacking very difficult to cure diseases.
And can I ask you, is Dr. Cassell the right messenger for all of this? He certainly, as you write in your story, has been great in terms of networking and fundraising, and is certainly out there.
Yeah, look, I think he's an interesting person. He's obviously got an incredible Rolodex and been able to get some well-heeled people and prominent people involved in this effort, and I think that certainly has a place. Many of the people I spoke with said that he's been very important to this field and bringing it to prominence. But at the end of the day, he is a pretty complicated character. He's by his own admission, a tough boss, and I think folks who read the piece will get a pretty balanced view of who he is and what he's accomplished.
Sounds like he has a little bit of a sense of humor considering how he ended the story. Can you just share with us what he said to you?
Yeah, not to be too much of a spoiler, but it does tie back to my own experience. So I had my 1-year checkup, and I'm doing great. The tumor's not back, but the place where it used to sit, has grown in size, and it caused a brief moment of worry whether this was going to necessitate another surgery. And I called Dr. Cassell to tell him about this, and he basically said, don't worry, if you're feeling fine, don't have other symptoms, which it's something to be admired. And he said if my editors were worried that I had a hole in my brain, that they should I should ask them how many other journalists we employ here at Bloomberg who only have half a brain.
On that note, we're going to wrap it up. Listen, incredible reporting. We're so glad, though, that you are well. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Noah Buhire, he's data investigations reporter, killer reporter here at Bloomberg News, joining us from our Seattle bureau. This story is a must-read. Check it out at Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris, and we're in a rally. Traders betting on an interest rate cut next month. Retail sales data underscored the strength of the U.S. economy. Retail sales advanced 1% in July. That's the most since early 2023. And markets are responding. We check these markets for you all day long at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 1.6%, NASDAQ up 2.3%, and the Dow up 1.3%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 3.92%, and the 2-year yield at 4.09%. St. Louis Fed President Alberto Musalem says he believes the time is approaching to reduce those interest rates. He says he now views inflation as back on a path toward the Fed's 2% target, and the labor market as no longer posing a risk to inflation. Musalem joins a handful of other Fed officials, signaling that they are close to supporting a cut when the FOMC meets next month in Washington. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right,
now
there.
back to.
Oh, sorry. I jumped in
No,
on
no,
you.
it's your show, my friend.
No, it's
Take
our
it.
show. You are part of the family, girl. Amy, sorry. I think I'm just thinking the weekend.
It's only Thursday, Carol.
I know, but it's your Friday.
It's my Friday.
Amy, I'm
out
so
tomorrow.
sorry. But you know what? If you're in Beijing,
It is Friday in Beijing.
See?
Yeah, 3:22 in the morning.
what can I tell you?
So we thank Ben Harburg for staying up late as he does, or getting up early. I don't know, whatever he does to join us. We do appreciate it. The reason we're talking to Ben is because we got a slew of data from China: industrial production, retail sales, fixed asset investment. The latest snapshot points to an overall loss of dynamism and signs of deterioration as consumers and businesses turn increasingly pessimistic. All that said, some investors see opportunity there. Carol, Ben Harburg is one of them.
Yeah, he is founder and portfolio manager, Core Values Alpha. They've got the Core Values Alpha Greater China Growth Fund. Holdings include Tencent, BYD, Xiaomi, PDD, Meituan. Do I say that right?
Ask Ben.
Ben, we're going to ask you.
Don't ask me.
Ben is back with us. Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing-
Meituan.
Meituan, say it one more time.
Meituan.
Meituan. Okay.
So
Thank
do
you for that.
you get up early when you join us, or do you just not go to bed?
I get up early.
Okay.
You get up early.
No, I get up early.
All right. Well, thank you for that, because I have to say, there's been so many crazy headlines. Maybe not crazy, just the truth. We've got China growth momentum wobbling with surprise investment slowdown. China slashes steel output as industry rings alarm on demand. And then, of course, I can go to, still concerns about the real estate market. What's going on in China?
Well, it's relatively flat since we spoke last time, and we remain at what I would call kind of relative lows, particularly compared to the U.S. market. But still, a lot of the fundamentals remain sound. And when you look at individual names in the Chinese stock market, it's just a complete irrational valuation relative to their U.S. peers. And so we remain bullish and want to hold steady and wait for that moment where the U.S. market falters and China provides the opportunity for growth.
Do you think the U.S. market has to falter in order for China to move higher? Are those mutually exclusive?
It's a hard. Not necessarily, but it has been a hard case to make that you should allocate to China when the New York exchanges are ripping the way that they are. Why deal with any of these regulatory risks or question marks around the real estate market or slowing growth when the U.S. market has just been a random walk down Wall Street outperforming.
Yeah, I mean, all right. How hard is it, though, right now to make investments and make the case to your investors in terms of investing in China? Because I do think it's also fair to say that I think politically, people are still nervous about what the business environment is, what it will be, how quickly it changes around.
It's not an easy sell today. I wouldn't want to sugarcoat it. And I think that's in spite of everyone having robust data in front of them to the contrary. So, I mean, a simple example would be we have Pinduoduo, which a lot of Americans have exposure to. China's e-commerce second player, growing 80% a year. Its American comp being probably Amazon, who are growing about 20% per year. But Pinduoduo is trading on a 10x multiple, and Amazon's over 30. And Pinduoduo is deriving a huge amount of its revenue from overseas markets. It's the number one shopping app in the United States and most other mature markets. So clearly people are still afraid, even though the fundamentals are there to support the business case and are maintaining their U.S. positions.
Hey, Ben, we get the economic data that comes from official sources, but one other thing I want to hear from you is what things are like on the ground in Beijing right now. What are you hearing from colleagues, from friends? Who's spending money? What are they buying? What's the vibe?
A huge amount of pent-up savings. Today China has $12 trillion of household savings, whereas the U.S. has under $1 trillion. So I think it's under 900 billion. So people are really holding back because they are fearful of where their next paycheck will come from. There have been layoffs and salary declines and people being asked to give back their bonuses. But if you walk through the streets of Beijing, you won't see it. There's still lines out the block for your average restaurants. People are buying, and they're still going through that consumption downgrade. They're buying local brands instead of global. They're buying local cars instead of global. But it certainly is a more fragile environment where people are wanting to keep back their household income, particularly because real estate prices have declined as well as the public markets, and so people don't want to put their money out there because they're worried that it's not going to be a dollar that they put out. It'll be 80 cents on the dollar.
Tell us about the EV market in China. You know, we talk about it a lot here from a U.S. perspective and just what China is doing in this area, and they're doing a lot, and they're certainly making less expensive cars, cheaper cars. Obviously, we can't import them here. Higher range cars. What are the dynamics that you're seeing here, and what are your expectations around that market?
We've been bullish for a long time. We were one of the earliest and largest investors in NIO when it was a private company out of our private fund side. We had long held that China was going to represent, say 5-6 years ago, the number that it does today, which is 50% of the global EV market. And they are, as you said, building cars that are better than any Western counterpart. The Europeans have actually taken if you can't beat them, join them approach, which now we have, the likes of VW and BMW doing JVs in China to build their kind of hybrids or EVs in China. So China is 50% of the EV market, and Chinese cars globally, not just in EVs, but combustion engines are dominating. In the Middle East, for instance, 5 years ago, China was 1% of the car market. Today, it's 20%. And people in the region, even though they can buy higher priced Western brands, are opting for a Chinese replica because it's a fifth of the price and it's a similar quality or better. So clearly a place to watch and an integrated supply chain. BYD is one of our big holdings. We're really bullish on that space globally.
Are Chinese consumers, who we know we've talked about, have been not doing a ton of spending, as you said, they're either trading down or buying domestically. That idea that we used to talk about, that they would want to buy something made in the United States, a U.S. brand, or maybe, a high-end European brand. Will they go back to it, do you think, when the economy comes back, or do you think there's a true shift more broadly in buying domestic?
I think it's a shift, and it's not economic nationalism. There had been spurts of that when they would not buy Japanese cars or something else like that. This is truly that the Chinese have built domestic alternatives that are at a better price point and at a higher quality. So certainly the global luxury brands, particularly the Europeans, French, Italian brands, will continue to do well because they are at the highest end of aspiration. But for instance, Proya, which is one of our holdings, has now become the largest seller online for cosmetics. And I don't see any reversal to L'Oreal or others simply because people are, getting their sea legs underneath them. So the Chinese have caught up on quality, and price is still better. And therefore, I think they'll stick with those local brands over going back to the globals.
Hey, one thing we wanted to talk to you about, certainly top of mind for us here in the U.S., and I know internationally it's something on your radar. Who wins the election come November? Because both candidates have taken attack with China. Well, hard to say exactly what happens with Kamala Harris. Maybe we'll learn more tomorrow with her economic policy speech. Yeah. But we know what the Biden administration has done when it comes to tariffs. We know what former President Trump has said he wants to do with tariffs on Chinese exports, Chinese imports into the U.S., I should say. How do you think about the political climate here in the U.S. and how that changes your investment thesis?
So I would be more bearish China under a Harris regime, because I think it'll be a continuation of Biden's kind of creeping tariffs, creeping let's call it the Quad bloc and kind of the regional kind of quarantining of China from a geopolitical perspective.
But a lot of that was started under the Trump administration. So you think
that's right? That's right. It was. Okay. It was. But I would contend, though, that a Trump, Trump, is this, his negotiating tactic is this maximum pressure and let's set the bar very low and then negotiate from there. But I do think that there is a kind of black swan binary outcome where Trump could do a deal along the lines of what he wanted to do last time around with the Chinese. And this time around, they're going to be a lot more willing to deal, I think, than they were before when they were at the apex of their powers. And in that dynamic, you could actually see an improved U.S.-China relationship, at least geopolitically and maybe even economically, because they are more humbled today than they were in 2016, 2017.
That's fascinating. Ben, one thing I want to ask you, and we have been talking about it a lot this week here at Bloomberg, and this was the headline that crossed that made us all think about what's going on in the steel industry in China. And our headline was about Chinese steelmakers slashing output last month, talking about woeful demand forcing steep cuts on an industry contending with a collapse in margins. Is this the Chinese steel industry having problems, or is this global demand and that's creating problems, or a little bit of both? How are you seeing it? What can you tell us, or what's your knowledge of what's going on inside the Chinese steel industry? Do they just overproduce?
Sure. I think it's three interesting factors. Two are obvious and one not. The two obvious ones are, I think global demand is declining. And obviously Chinese demand is declining as well because we have overbuilt infrastructure, housing is declining. So there's much less need for a lot of those rolled steel products than there were a couple of years ago. But China became so efficient and so dynamic in building these industries that this export surplus became such a burden that it's led to these trade, tariffs and other trade wars. Started with the U.S., but now expanding into Europe. And China's at this weird place where they kind of ran faster than everybody else and now almost have to come back down to earth, because if they are so efficient and such a prolific exporter, everyone's going to go to war with them on the trade front. And so they've almost got to they've almost got to come to terms with living like Europeans a bit more and training their hours and becoming efficient, but not producing at the levels that they were before, because otherwise the whole world is going to go to war with them across all different products, not just steel, but hardware, cars, you name it.
30 seconds, could the government spend on infrastructure to change what's going on in the steel industry? 30 seconds.
We're overbuilt. So I think it's unlikely. So global demand, it's going to have to come from consumer demand, which is why we've got people, loving real estate again, stabilizing that so they'll spend again. But it's got to come from domestic consumption. And I think it'll be less coming from the government and more from your retail.
Well, we so appreciate you getting up early. Truly, I hope there's a nap on your agenda later in the day. Ben, thank you so much. Be well. Ben Harburg, he's founder and portfolio manager at Core Values Alpha, joining us, as we said, from Beijing. So, yeah, I think, the Chinese story is something that we continue to talk about. We talk about it with, Doug a lot, Doug Krisner of Daybreak Asia. But you do wonder.
Wall Street time.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you very much. No, but it's like, we wonder, right? Second biggest economy. What happens there really matters. So, and what happens in the White House will also matter in terms of the relationship.
Hey, green on the screen here. Coming up next, we're going to drive to the close with Sylvia Jablonski. This is Bloomberg.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. We got green on the screen. Let's go over to the First Word Breaking News desk for today's afternoon call. Here's Bloomberg's Felice Morantz.
Good afternoon, Amy. Stocks continued to rally throughout the day after optimistic earnings from Walmart and better than expected retail sales showed consumers are still in good shape. Look for results from chipmaker Applied Materials after the bell. Dow Jones up about 1.4%, S&P 500 up 1.6%, NASDAQ 100 up 2.4%, with the U.S. 10-year yield at 3.92%. 10 of the 11 main S&P 500 sectors are trading higher, led by consumer discretionary, tech, and materials. Only real estate slightly in the red. Earlier, the small-cap Russell 2000 index rose by the most since late July, and NASDAQ Biotechs climbed as much as 1.7%. Transports rose as much as 2.7%, and semiconductor stocks jumped as much as 5.2%. The VIX, around 15, lower by about 5%. Leaders in the S&P 500 include Ulta Beauty, after Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway disclosed a new stake, Paramount, with Seagram heir Edgar Bronfman said to be preparing a bid, and Deere and Cisco advancing after earnings. Fair Isaac, AT&T, and Market Access, SIBO, and CME are among the worst performers. The Bloomberg Magnificent 7 index up around 2.8%, led by Tesla, Amazon, and NVIDIA. All 7 members were in the green. In other news, Starbucks' Brian Niccol is among top-paid CEOs with a $113 million deal. George Soros and Stanley Druckenmiller's investment firms trimmed their holdings in Magnificent 7 stocks before a downturn in mid-July. Live from the First Word Breaking News desk, I'm Felice Morantz. Amy?
All right, thank you, Felice. You can hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg. Just type SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, tick-tock. 17 and a half minutes left in today's trading session. We are counting you down to the closing bell on this Thursday. Carol Master along with Tim Stenovic live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. And hey, folks, we've got a rally underway, 2.5% higher on the NASDAQ 100. The S&P 500 up 6 days in a row. On the flip side, investors buying stocks, not buying bonds, as we just heard from Amy. And you've got, what, a 10-year back up 391, just below 4%, and a 2-year note at 4.09.
Okay, so
4.1 if we round it up.
What does it all mean for Sylvia Jablonski and Defiance ETFs?
I don't know. Let's ask her.
Okay, she's here with us. It's time to drive to the close with Sylvia. Sylvia, how are you?
Hi, I'm great. Thanks so much for having me.
Hey, we're going to talk about some of your individual funds in just a minute. But before I want to do that, I want to just get a macro view from you and sort of how you're feeling about the economy. I got some pretty positive economic news this week. We'll hear from Jay Powell next week in Jackson Hole. What are you seeing?
Well, I think, we had that shocker of a Monday a couple weeks back there after the first jobs number, and then we had the Japan carry trade unwind, and there was kind of like a lot of noise and trepidation in the markets. I think there was a lot of selling off coupled with repositioning. And now that we're past that, it almost feels like, investors have sat back and thought, hey, we're actually in the same position, right? We have decent GDP growth between 2 to 3%. Corporate earnings were very good, even for the Mag 7, even though they weren't, maybe stellar as compared to what analysts hoped for. They were arguably very, very good. The consumer remains strong. Jobs numbers are looking a little bit better. Retail sales show us that, spending is continuing to hold up. And so barring major geopolitical events, uncertainty around election, things like this, I do think we're going to have a solid year end.
Do you have a cold?
I do. Sorry.
No,
I was thinking Sylvia doesn't sound like the Sylvia we know.
Everybody's like catching stuff, and there's like a wave of COVID going around. Like it's just everywhere. Sorry, no.
I know. So, I don't have COVID actually. I did.
You're like the only one we know who's sick but doesn't have COVID.
Summer colds
Yeah.
are never fun. Having
I have
said,
little kids, so
I know.
that's usually the diagnosis.
They're little petri dishes. I love them, but that's exactly right. So let's talk. I want to go, if you don't mind. Have brought some names to talk about, and I love kind of talking specifics. Eli Lilly is one of them, which soared after the company reported earnings on August 8th. We saw the stock move up. They boosted revenue. They boosted their profit outlook. I mean, the GLP-1 space is so interesting also, which is something we look. Their second quarter Zepbound revenue was $1.24 billion. The estimate was for about $818 million, so off the charts. Eli Lilly, is it the GLP-1 play that you like?
I do like it, and the only reason I like it is because it's the one that seems to be, playing out, right? I think that they've figured out their supply constraints. There's rumors are that it's the better, option of the various GLP-1s out there. I'm not a doctor, I can't comment on that, but that's kind of the feedback in the streets there. And I just like the company too. I think they're well positioned. They have Mounjaro, they have, different cancer types of drug trials going on that are showing positive results, Alzheimer's, GLP-1s, it's a healthcare company. We have massive aging baby boomer population, defensive types of plays when the market kind of crashes, you still need health services and drugs and things like that. So I think overall it's just a great staple to have within a portfolio right now.
Okay, Eli Lilly, one of the names on your radar. What about Broadcom?
Yeah, so Broadcom, I've talked with you guys about this before, and I always kind of talk about NVIDIA and AMD, and so I thought I'd expand it out here. But I'm very bullish on the AI innovation trade. I think it's just in its infancy. It's going to, continue to grow. And Broadcom has a cool kind of role in this, right? I think they're a chip provider on one hand, so they win there. But their whole thing is they're very well known in terms of being, a necessity type of chip player in the 5G and 6G transition. So in order to process all of this data and do the supercomputing we're talking about and quantum computing and smart cars, smart cities, and being able to connect and share data, you need lower latency, and Broadcom is really the chip that gives you that. So NVIDIA is the data center chip, and Broadcom is very much necessary for 6G. So that's why I like that stock there too.
How much of the optimism though about these names and what you laid out? I'm looking at Broadcom is up almost 50% so far year to date. If I look at Eli Lilly, it's up almost 60% year to date. There's another name that you like, MicroStrategy, that's up 107% year to date. How much of the optimism that you have around them is factored in?
Yeah, I think that all of them, that's a great point. You never kind of want to buy, a stock when it's at its peak. And actually some of these names, and I'll throw NVIDIA in there too, right? They're still well off of their July highs. There's still some room to run back up to where they were. But I just think that, again, like we're the beginning of this AI thing. And although during earnings season, I think investors were disappointed because they were expecting revenues. Where's the proof in the pudding here? But this is just starting. And so companies need to spend, and they're starting to spend, and we're getting this, the outlook that they're doing so from these companies on their earnings calls. And I think that like the actual revenue part of it is going to start playing out in a few years to come. So I still think you have room to run. I don't think you're going to get like 100% years every year, right? But they have room to run.
Hey, Sylvia, we have 45 seconds left. We got to get your thoughts on a story by Vildana Heinrich and Isabel Lee. Wall Street just got its most volatile ETF as risky bets boom. They're talking about a new Defiance Daily Target long MicroStrategy ETF, MSTX. What's going on?
So 1.75 daily levered MicroStrategy ETF. We just launched it today. It's like running out of the gates. What we like about this here is it's another proxy for crypto. And if you compare it to the Bitcoin ETFs, Bitcoin itself, the performance of this, I mean, Carol mentioned it's over 100% year to date. Most of those at their highs are like 30 to 40% year to date. And so it's a great proxy for crypto. It also dabbles in the AI space. And I think that a lot of retail investors just want to trade this thing.
Yeah, and you're seeing a lot of activity around it?
Yeah, close to 1 million shares. We might even have hit that number by now, but it's probably one of the fastest run-ups in volume we've seen on an ETF launch, so pretty exciting.
Listen, super glad to get some time with you. Feel better, vitamin C. I know those kids. Send them out to relatives and watch them for a little while. Sylvia Jablonski, CEO and CIO at Defiance ETFs. It's always hard. I was never sicker when my kid was young.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg in Washington, I'm Amy Morris. Kroger says it will double its price cuts if its merger with Albertsons becomes reality. Grocery prices would be lowered by $1 billion ahead of the $25 billion merger. Now, that's double the cuts Kroger had promised to implement at Albertsons locations. Kroger shares are 0.3% higher. Albertsons shares now 0.8% higher. Paramount is restructuring its TV production business as part of a cost-cutting effort. May soon get an offer from Bronfman Group. Paramount already has an offer from Skydance Media from last month. Shares of Paramount jumped on the news, up more than 7%. Walmart raised its profit outlook for the full year as it expects to reel in even more deal hunters. Greg Mellick is with Evercore ISI.
Well, I think Walmart's been gaining traffic amongst all consumers really now for a good 8 quarters. And I think what you're seeing is that broadening out, that people are going to Walmart not just to save money on food, but they're going there to find where they need things. They can get some extra and really great value versus what else is out there in the market.
Evercore's Greg Mellick. Walmart shares 6.3% higher. Norwegian Cruise Line Holdings President CEO Harry Sommer explains that demand is high, while he offers that predicting consumer needs years into the future is a key component of success.
Demand in the cruise industry right now is great. We're very, very happy with what we're seeing with the consumer. Keeping in mind that the demographic that we're pursuing is mostly upper middle class, upper class demographic across our 3 brands. And those consumers certainly continue to have money to spend and are continuing to spend it on cruise vacations.
CEO Harry Sommer. And shares of Norwegian Cruise Line up 5.6%. Those are the company stories we are following for you this hour. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stennebeck on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, we've got under 5 minutes to go until the closing bell rings on Wall Street. We're going to head over to our TV colleagues in just a moment. We're going to take you down to that close. In the meantime, we are seeing stocks a little bit off their highs of the session, so not necessarily seeing some buying in.
What do you want, Carol?
I want everything.
6 days in a row of
Ask
gains
my
for the
husband.
S&P 500.
I want everything.
Up 1.5%, 55.38, 16% so far this year.
Okay, what else?
It's only August.
Next. Here's a gift, everybody. This is among our most read stories on the Bloomberg. In a bid to appease regulators, Kroger, the giant supermarket store, they plan to lower grocery prices by $1 billion. However, there is a catch.
Okay, it's doubled the $500 million in cuts to the grocery operator, which houses chains including Ralph's and Dillon's, had previously committed to implement at Albertsons locations. Tell us the catch.
They'll do this. They'll lower it by $1 billion
If
it's
what?
nearly $25 billion merger with Albertsons comes to fruition. If it happens.
And will they do this permanently?
I don't know. Oh, devil's in the details.
Kroger, and who will hold them accountable for?
Who's going to be checking? How do you do this?
How do you do this when you know that,
Although,
do you raise the prices ahead of time and then cut them? Then they're cut?
That's just evil.
I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm just wondering if there are ways to do this because we just talked to Jen Bartoshis about this. Not necessarily a high margin business, Carol.
No, especially supermarkets in particular. Right, exactly. And so this gets into,
Do they cut everything by 1 cent?
I don't know. Yeah, right. Is that well,
The devil is in the details.
What's interesting is this is a deal that's having a hard time getting through. They've been trying to merge with Albertsons for a while. I think they agreed to acquire Albertsons back in October of 2022, so it's been going on. And the concern is that it's going to lead to higher prices as consolidation for our consumers.
As our own Jaewon Kang writes, it's difficult to track if companies actually make good on these kinds of promises because big chains operate in so many different markets and sell tens of thousands of products. It means prices can vary widely.
We're talking about accountability, like how you do it. I don't know, maybe we have to get the CEO on and ask him about this and how they do it, right? And find out the logistics to it. But I mean,
sounds good.
It's one of the stories we talk about that, consumers, I go to the supermarket, a few items, and it's like $60, $70. That's a lot.
You gotta order online.
That's cheaper.
And then you get
pay
6 or 7 items
for delivery.
And it's still more. No, there's subscriptions. There are ways.
We will not figure this out.
There are
right?
ways.
What we will figure out is the market close. The closing bell starts now.
No, $10 a month for a subscription.
What am I doing?
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Alex Steele, taking you through the Closing Bell, a global simulcast. It starts now with Scarlett Fu in the TV studio, Carol Masser and Tim Stenovic in the radio booth, as we welcome our audiences across our Bloomberg platforms. That includes our partnership with YouTube on yet another day here where we're seeing some really, really strong moves in the equity market.
Yeah, well, we're up 6 days in a row here on the S&P 500, and so we've seen quite a bounce in those days. It feels like that soft landing we're talking about a lot. Is it possible that that is exactly what's happening? We'll see what Jay Powell has to say next week at Jackson Hole.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's fair to say that investors really like the retail data the retail sales data that they got earlier today. Walmart and Walmart commentary about the American consumer certainly helping to lift the markets as well.
Yeah, good news is good news once again, because last Monday, bad news was bad news, and then we turned into bad news is good news.
I can't keep track of that.
Exactly. But you know what the real catalyst is going to be, I think, next week when NVIDIA reports earnings. There's still earnings coming up from a big tech company.
Yeah, next week, Jackson Hole. Don't forget that. We got to get through that before we get to NVIDIA. I still think the bond market's quite interesting. I was really flummoxed by that move as well as the equity move. Are they saying the same thing? Or are they saying something different? It seems like Seth Carpenter, Morgan Stanley guys, was talking to us that it's all about slow, not slump, and that from that perspective, we're all kind of on the same page.
Yeah, absolutely here. We should point out volatility has been tamped down quite a bit. I was just taking a look since that blowout a couple of weeks ago in the VIX. 7 of the past 8 sessions, we've seen the VIX drop, and now today right around that 15 level, so actually below where it was before all of this really started to pop off all the way back at the end of July. The numbers here for the day are going to please a lot of equity investors. Green across the screen with the Dow Jones Industrial Average back above 40,000, up 560 points on the day, or about 1.4%. The S&P 500 up 88 points, or 1.6%, while the NASDAQ is going to close out the day higher by about 2.4%. And the Russell 2000, look at this, outperforming just barely by about 2.45% on the day.
Yeah, fascinating, right, to see that. In terms of, I'm going to go back to the big caps. I mentioned the S&P 500 up 6 days in a row. That's about a 6.5% gain along that. And then if I look at the S&P 500, Scarlett, you've got most names in the index, 414 to the upside. Tim had a really hard time finding decliners.
I know. I was thinking that too. Poor Tim. We'll give him a few more minutes to look for some decliners. But then that's really largely mimicked in the sector performances as well. 9 out of 11 sectors in the green, led by consumer discretionary. So those include your retailers, your home builders, as well as your car makers. Ulta Beauty leading the way there. Tech also gaining 2.5%. Materials, a surprise third place entrant there at 1.5% advance. And the laggards, REITs and utilities were a little changed.
A lot of green there. All right, let's go to Walmart. Let's start with that name. Up about 6.5% in today's session. We know it was a top name in the S&P 500. The company raising its sales guidance for the full year. They talked about consumers buying necessities, seeking deals, even as they curtail spending elsewhere. But that upbeat outlook really gave investors some reasons to buy that one. Cisco up almost 7% here. Again, a top gainer in the main indices. That company rising the most in more than 4 years, at least on an intraday basis, gave the company gave a bullish revenue forecast for the current period, also announced plans to cut thousands of jobs as part of a strategy shift. We know that this has been going on. Scarlett mentioned Ulta Beauty up 11%. It is, or at least, it's the #1 gainer, folks, in the S&P 500. Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway disclosed that it took a new small stake in the cosmetics retailer. That was a 13F filing. Their shares, they bought more than 690,000, and that stake now may be worth about $251 million today, so a big one. I should mention Paramount, too, also gaining, of course. The Seagram heir, Edgar Bronfman, saying to be preparing a bid for Paramount Global. I just wanted to throw that in, up about 7% today.
Yep, invest in your face, guys, invest in your face. Okay, Applied Materials coming out with the third quarter earnings. Net sales beating estimates, coming in $6.78 billion. You also had adjusted earnings topping estimates, coming in at $2.12 a share. Shocker. President and CEO Gary Dickerson saying the race for AI leadership is fueling demand for our unique and connected portfolio of products and services, positioning Applied to outperform over markets for the longer term, that AI play.
All right, shares of AMAT down by about 1.2%. In the meantime, I was able to find a few decliners out there. They were few and far between. Thank you to Carol Masser for quite a bit of help on these. Not every retailer higher today. Look at what happened at Dillard's, down 10.8%. Fell on Thursday, this after the department store company reported net sales for a second quarter that missed the average analyst estimates. Comp sales fell 5%. Consensus estimate was 2.9%. Men's accessories and shoes were the worst performing categories. Grab Holdings, the largest of Southeast Asia's ride-hailing and delivery firms, shares fell today by close to a little more than 7%. This after the company reported revenue for the second quarter that missed the average analyst estimate. And look at this one, Aspire Global. It's not a company we talk about each and every day. We have had the CEO on our program. They're a space-based data analytics and space services firm. Shares tanked, falling more than 33%. This after the company notified the SEC that its 10Q for the quarter ended June 30th will be late. They're going to reschedule their second quarter results conference call and announce the timing once the filing date of its 10Q is confirmed. Investors responding accordingly.
All right, well, we had a pretty dramatic sell-off all across the bond curve, particularly in that front end, guys. The two-year yield moving the most since April 10th of 2024. Yields really popping higher and holding on to that gain all throughout the day, guys.
All right, guys, thinking about, we've always talked about getting together, doing a road trip or class trip together. So I have one for you.
You did?
We could do it between August 26th and September 2nd.
Who's driving?
If we go on New Jersey Transit, we could do
Transit?
I don't know about that.
We could do this ride, and it's going to cost us nothing. So wouldn't that be a lot of fun?
What better way to thank the passengers of New Jersey Transit, at least according to Governor Phil Murphy, than offer free rides after the chaos of the summer? My question for you guys is, how does this help with sort of the crunch, the budget crunch?
It doesn't.
That the transit is facing as a result of, well, a lot of things that have happened for many years?
It's just like, look at something bright and shiny here. Free rides.
When nobody's going to be on transit because everybody squeezes in their last vacation days that weekend, right? Or around that time.
As a New Jersey resident, are you impressed by this? Are you disgusted by this?
Do you know what I think? My taxes are going to go up because that's one thing that happens a lot in New Jersey. I love you, Governor Murphy, but
this doesn't cut it, does it?
No. What do you guys got for us?
Well, there's a new study that's found that Americans appear to be pulling money out of their brokerage accounts to fund online sports betting. For every $1 spent on sports betting, which is legal across most U.S. states, net investments in stocks and other financial instruments dropped by just over $2. Again, an academic study, but Romaine, do you think this is more correlation than causation?
Is this why we've been seeing the decline in volume in the equity markets? I mean, look, let's face it. I mean, we always joke. Look, we have a lot of great people on Wall Street that we love, but we also know there are a lot of degenerate gamblers on Wall Street. So I think the Venn diagram between the type of people that would, take their money out of the stock market and go to the casino or vice versa, that's pretty strong.
Well, also, I feel like it's what they're measuring, right? Meme stocks, say, versus sports betting. But what about like zero-dated options? Like that, the retail share of that has been expanding, right? In the article they point out, it's over 18%. So is it really apples to apples in that sense?
What sport are they betting on, though?
Any sport, I think.
Anything.
You can bet on anything.
I don't know. Yeah, I think there's a
Like
correlation.
I do wonder if we're going to
Whatever
start to
there's
see.
a line on.
I do wonder if we're going to start to see because gambling used to be something that was constrained to Las Vegas, constrained to only certain areas of the country, and now it is everywhere. It's on apps. It's so easy to do. I do wonder if we're going to start to see some sort of widespread pushback.
You could, but there's also the argument that people who are involved in gaming would make, which is it's not gambling, it's entertainment. People who are putting their money into sports betting don't necessarily expect to make money, but if they do, bonus. Otherwise, it kept them busy for a couple of hours.
You can lose a lot of money.
Yes, you can.
It's only gaming if you win, right?
There's a real reason why it's a business, right? That these companies are in business because the house wins. It makes me.
There's also a reason they call it gaming and not gambling.
True.
The connotations are different.
Yeah, that's a good
No,
point.
the connotations are completely different.
It's the American Gaming Association, not the American Gambling Association.
But here's my point. It's your money. Can't you kind of do with it what you want? Is that bad to say? Like, if you want to bet on a meme stock or you want to bet on boxing, then, you can go ahead and do that?
Yeah, as long as you're not using meme stocks or sports betting to fund your retirement, sure.
I mean, but you could also do that too, and then that would just really suck for your retirement. But I'm just saying, it's not apples to apples.
Sure you don't want to join me on New Jersey Transit?
We're really sure. Yeah, but thank you so much for offering.
You're very
Carol.
welcome.
We very much appreciate your generosity.
We can take it to Atlantic City.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
That's a wrap. Our cross-platform coverage, guys. Alex is heading out. Romaine and Scarlett continuing on TV. Tim and I are going to continue here on Business Week on radio, but we will all see you same time, same place tomorrow. Well, not Tim. He's going to take the day off.
Again?
Yeah, I know. Tell me about it.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That's Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenivek. Hey, let's just recap real quick how the markets closed on this Thursday.
Yeah.
Green across the screen, 2.3% higher on the S&P 500, 1.6% on the, 2.3% on the NASDAQ composite, 1.6% on the S&P 500, 1.4% on the Dow Jones Industrial Average.
Yeah, I mentioned that the S&P 500 is up 6 days in a row, so we've seen about a 6.5% gain over that time. So quite a bounce back. If you think about where we were, a week ago this past Monday,
Yeah.
a very different tone, different sentiment. So interesting to see.
Hey, when I was preparing for this next segment, I started doing research. I realized just how different this conversation would be today versus just a couple of years ago. I was looking for articles about how companies are attracting and retaining underrepresented professionals. I was looking for the hard data. That's what we want to do here at Bloomberg. We want to find the numbers. There were plenty of those articles from 2021 and 2022, and then I started to see this pattern that emerged last year. Much of the discussion on the topic has been around the blowback to DEI initiatives. Here's a sample of headlines just over the last few months. Harley reveals ongoing DEI review after activist attack. Corporate America braces for DEI's death if Trump wins election. Best Buy, J&J, Lazard, among the companies downplaying DEI goals. Wall Street banks retreat on DEI as backlash snowballs.
Yeah, so, this brings us to our guest, which is, we're really curious what she has to say about it. Devika Cubridge is, in her career, she was at Google and LinkedIn. She's the founder of Bridge the Gap Consulting. It's a firm that works to, in their words, develop, advance, and retain underrepresented employees and their leaders through career advancement, self-advocacy strategies, and personalized coaching.
She's also got a new book out. It's called Thrive in Color, How to Master Self-Advocacy and Command Your Career as an Underrepresented Professional. She joins us from Atlanta. Devika, it's good to have you. Look, I want to clarify, what you do is not DEI. In fact, you make the point that people confuse DEI with learning and development. That said, are you concerned with the pushback on DEI efforts that people from underrepresented backgrounds could be held back even more when it comes to the workplace?
I feel like I was more concerned than I am now. And the reason I say that is because, I think, yes, there are companies that have completely backpedaled and have determined that, DEI is not going to be a priority within their business. But then I'm seeing a lot of my partners and prospect corporate partners that I'm talking with. And really what they're doing is either restructuring DEI, rethinking DEI, and really putting purpose and intention and meaning behind it. And I think that's what needed to have been done back in 2020 when DEI started to explode across workplaces in corporate America. I think people were just following suit. Corporations were following suit. Leaders were copying what they were seeing. And now I think people are taking a time to step back and actually think about the true intent. And so I'm not as discouraged as I was. I just think that there's a reshifting happening.
So smarter, Devika, in terms of the approach now?
Depends on the company. The ones I'm talking to are being smarter about it and really establishing a purpose and a meaning behind it and thinking about strategy. And others are completely washing their hands. It really just depends corporation to corporation.
If you're an underrepresented individual at a company, the reason you sometimes feel like is you're not part of the conversation, you don't have a seat at the table. There's a lot of reasons that you don't feel like you're part of the group. How do you change that?
It takes a lot of self-awareness and work. And the premise behind the book is really not humbling when you see systems that are set up against you or unfair situations or other individuals having an advantage. Underrepresented individuals have more power than they think. It just takes more work, unlearning what we have been taught over the course of our life, whether it was through previous generations, cultures, especially if you're first or second generation immigrant who is now relocated to North America and things are done differently, you have to take the time to unlearn and understand how leaders are making decisions within each corporation. And what we do know is that there are so many unfair circumstances and challenges that are out there that are hard to navigate. But, when you can operate powerfully within the areas that you do have control over, I think that there's a lot of success to be gained as well. And so the book really outlines how to show up in a way that resonates with leaders and decision makers while, still equating for the lived experiences and nuanced challenges that underrepresented individuals face in the workplace.
Well, Devika, you were one of those leaders. You were at Google, you were at LinkedIn, then you became CEO and founder of Bridge the Gap Consulting. What was your experience at these companies?
I enjoyed my time at both companies. I think they had really great cultures. They had really great leaders. They had leaders that needed some development work as well. I mean, no workplace is perfect. I think for me, I was really cognizant of the challenges and cognizant of the fact that I had to move differently, unlearn, also learn how to show up in these really competitive places to accelerate my career. And so I loved my experience, but that doesn't mean that it, didn't come with its own challenges.
So, it's interesting. In the book, you talk about sometimes you have to forgive the ones who hurt you, right, as you go through this process. I do feel like sometimes we're all learning at the same time, and we're going to make mistakes. So did you have an instance where you had to forgive somebody in order to kind of figure your way forward?
Absolutely. So when I left my employer back in 2017, about a year before I started Bridge the Gap Consulting, it was not my decision. I was unjustly terminated from my position from a leader who was leading and operating with bias, when it comes down to it. And after I had spent several years, had created a tremendous brand for myself, had great client relationships as a sales leader, internal relationships, it was a hard blow. It felt like a punch to the gut. But, it was releasing that individual, forgiving them. And, I'm grateful that that experience happened to me now because it helped me create Bridge the Gap. I've been able to work with thousands of underrepresented professionals across all demographics and really great corporate partners to do tremendous work. And had that not happened, I wouldn't be here today. And so forgiveness is key. And then really thinking about how these challenges maybe have worked in our favor. What we've learned is really important to progressing in one's career.
Do you think it's easier to move the needle on these types of issues when you are kind of creating your own firm outside and then hired by companies versus being on the inside?
Absolutely. I think one thing we have to recognize is that employee feedback, whether you're a leader or not, internally can have repercussions to that. And so what I often tell corporate partners is, hey, you can put as many workplace survey, in front of their employees or try to gauge what their experience is, but they're never going to be 1,000%, transparent with their feedback because they might be worried about what the repercussions are, including termination or just fear of perception. And so when corporate partners are working with third parties like myself, we're able to really extract what the true experience is for the employee base, not only help them, but also help our corporate partners in leadership positions understand what could potentially be changed across the workforce that will help develop and increase retention of their top talent.
A member of our audience is getting in touch with a question right now about how we pivot from having DEI be a political talking point, he writes, and change the narrative to highlight that studies show that inclusion and diversity actually lead to better decision making.
It really is up to the leader to embrace that. And I think that from the top down, not only does the C-suite need to really understand that DEI does impact the business for better, but also, remember who they're reporting to. They're reporting to board members, they're reporting to shareholders, and there's a lot of pressure that comes from that. And so leaders have to really take a hard and firm stance and really advocate for why this is necessary across the workplace. And until they're able to do that, DEI is always going to be held back. Now, there's certain corporations that are doing tremendous work still, and certain corporations that need some help. But really, it is up to the leader to understand why this is so tremendous and impactful across the workforce and be able to stand their ground when communicating it to external decision makers and influencers.
Really great stuff. Listen, thank you so much, Davika. We appreciate your time. Davika Bridge, she's the founder of Bridge the Gap Consulting. She's got a new book out, Thrive in Color, How to Master Self-Advocacy and Command Your Career as an Underrepresented Professional. So be sure to check it out. A lot of great stories and anecdotes and also advice. This is Bloomberg Radio.
It's 421 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris, and any economic jitters seem to have faded as traders bet on an interest rate cut next month. Retail sales data underscoring the strength of the U.S. economy. Retail sales advanced 1% in July. That's the most since early 2023, and markets have responded. As we check closing numbers each day for you here at Bloomberg, the Dow up 555 points, NASDAQ up 402 points, the S&P 500 closed up 88 points. Jobless claims also falling for a second week to the lowest level since early July. Initial claims decreased by 227,000 in the week ending August 10th. St. Louis Fed President Alberto Mussolem says he believes the time is approaching to reduce interest rates, saying he now views inflation as back on a path toward the Fed's 2% target and that the labor market is no longer posing a risk. Mussolem joins a handful of other Fed officials signaling that they are close to supporting a cut when the FOMC meets next month in Washington. The Bloomberg Business Flash. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stedebeck.
Okay, thanks so much for that update, Amy. Do appreciate it. Hey, Carol, just in the last few minutes, a red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Autodesk continued to use a controversial sales strategy after promising investors it would stop and ignored internal warnings about the risks of doing so. This is according to previously unreported internal documents. This coming from Bloomberg's Brody Ford.
Yeah, this story just crossing the Bloomberg moments ago. You're looking at shares of Autodesk. They're down more than 10% here in the aftermarket. The years-long strategy involved offering discounts to certain corporate customers willing to pay upfront for large multi-year contracts in an effort to provide more predictable cash flow and wean itself off of the discounts. The engineering software company in 2021 pledged to halt the practice, but it turns out maybe not so much.
Yeah, Autodesk kept doing it in an effort to meet financial targets, according to the documents, which were reviewed by Bloomberg. The company counted on the upfront payments to boost cash flow. The documents showed employees considered the practice risky because the discounts and other concessions reduced long-term revenue, boosted the chance of mistakes in financial modeling, and made it harder for salespeople to do their jobs, the document said.
As we said, Autodesk is down more than 10%. All right, we'll continue to track it. You can read the whole story. Just head to Bloomberg.com or check it out on the Bloomberg terminal. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg. All right, everybody, we're going to shift gears a little bit because there's something that caught our attention. A Bloomberg opinion column earlier this year wrote, in 2022, the median black family had just 15.7% the wealth of the median white family. Going by mean wealth, it's a similar 15.5%. This is according to the Federal Reserve. They put out a triennial survey of consumer finances, Tim.
As the column by our own Justin Fox noted, quote, if current trends continue, the percentage will still be in that general territory millions of years from now. Math is fun, but it can deliver some pretty depressing results.
Yeah, absolutely. So working on reducing the racial wealth gap, Nicole King, she is Executive Director of Community Banking at JPMorgan Chase. She joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Really nice to have you here. We talk a lot about this wealth gap, right? It's no longer just even income gap, but wealth gap. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. It's so nice to meet you both. Thank you so much for having me. Excited to be in conversation about a topic that is incredibly passionate for me.
Well, tell me about that passion and what you guys are doing, and tell me about like the case that you see, the problem that you see in front of you. Let's start there.
Absolutely. So we at JPMorgan Chase really believe that inclusive communities and environments, our business does better. It's not philanthropy, it's really the right thing to do. So when we think about financial health, it's not really spoken about in households. In talking about my own experience with that, financial health education wasn't spoken about at my dinner table. So as a result, a lot of people in different communities do not have access to the information. So we're at JPMorgan Chase. We are empowering communities with financial health education, going from community banking to community building. So we're really proud about the work that we're doing.
You know, it's interesting. When we were preparing for this, one of our producers, Elizabeth, sent me this article from the Wall Street Journal about how JPMorgan Chase is building more branches, which I thought was really fascinating. And Jamie Dimon has talked about this a lot. And it actually talks about the Harlem branch. And you're known as Harlem's banker.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about the importance of brick and mortar, the importance of actually having a community space for people to go to in an environment where so much is done online?
Absolutely. So let me take a step back and really share the journey to the Harlem Community Center. So 5 years ago, JPMorgan was reimagining how we can support communities that have historically been overlooked. And Harlem was the first branch, our Harlem Community Center.
Overlooked or just ignored?
You
Sorry,
know, that
I hate
is,
to be so harsh, but-
Carol, you are absolutely right. Ignored.
Yeah.
And we really pride ourselves on not ignoring any community. So Harlem what we did was we met with community stakeholders and really asked what are some challenges of the community, so this way we can put programming in place. And we took that feedback, we created the first of its kind community center. So it's a traditional branch, so you can go in and do your everyday banking, but what really makes it special is that it has a community space. In the community space where community managers do financial health workshops, we even have a space for small businesses to do pop-ups. So we're really excited and proud that Harlem is actually celebrating its 5-year anniversary, and we've opened 17 community centers across the country.
Wow.
The 18th one is coming in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn in October. So these are community centers that were built with the community in mind, and just really excited about the work that we're doing.
Nicole, what goes on in the community centers? Give us an idea.
Yeah, so residents can come in, and what's best about this, I must say, Carol, is that you don't have to be a Chase customer, but you can come in and get empowered and understand the basics of budgeting, why it's important to manage your credit wisely, and even if you want to save for your child's college education, we provide those workshops and the education for you to do so.
It's really interesting because you say it's not a philanthropy, right? This is a business.
No.
So at the end of the day, you obviously want to get more customers.
Absolutely.
How do you do this in a way that balances financial education, but also offering it in a way that provides people the tools that they need to make decisions independent of whatever bank they use?
Yes, so with this model, what we did was we actually created products, services, and tools to meet the community where they're at. And one product that we're really excited and proud about is our secure banking product. And that product is really meant to help folks that historically not have banked. And what we've seen a today, we've seen a 16% increase of those types of accounts open in community centers, while that account is offered at all of our branches. In particular, we've seen a 16% increase at our community centers. So that makes us proud that we are actually helping customers understand financial health, but also giving them access to banking.
Nicole, why is it that people are still unbanked or like for the folks who finally open up an account with you guys, what was it that was holding it back? Was it that they didn't know how to do it, that they were rejected and not allowed to open up accounts? What was it?
So I would say what we hear is just, I didn't know. I didn't have access to this information. So that's what our community centers do. We provide communities opportunity to get access to the information in a way that is relatable to the community. So we meet the community where they're at.
How do you think about this in terms of the stats that Carol and I shared at the top? The median black family having 15.7% of the wealth of the median white family, literally, as Justin Fox noted, could take millions of years, and it'll still be in that general territory. Is that something during our lifetimes that can be solved?
So I wish I had a crystal ball, but I don't. But what I do know is that we as a firm, JP Morgan, we're doing our part. And our part is working with local community-based organizations to bring this information to their constituency, as well as opening community centers to make it accessible to the community. So I don't have a crystal ball, but we are doing our part.
Does it seem like to you it's getting better?
Absolutely.
More than just anecdotally?
Yes, I see that well, first, I'm from Harlem, so I'm in the community day in and day out. So I see folks that historically would not step into a branch, stepping into our community centers because they feel more comfortable. The community centers are welcoming, and we're creating and doing programming that they understand and meets them where they're at.
How does like an account that's open turn into a wider relationship? And I think about one of the things that we've talked about, the wealth gaps between races, is that, you know, a lot of white families historically have been able to easily get a mortgage, right? And that's the beginning of creating some wealth, right? And that wealth then gets passed down. Is there an account that's opened by a black community member? Does it turn into then maybe it becomes a mortgage and some other things? Like, how does that grow?
Yeah, so what's really important to us is that the whole relationship. So it doesn't matter where you're at on your financial journey. we can help you. So it can start with you opening up a regular checking account, and then you have a banker that's assigned to you, and then we help you along your journey. So whatever your goals are, we actually have services and resources to help you meet them.
What have you seen with sort of the evolution of that relationship, depending on who you're getting into the pipeline, for lack of a better term?
No, that's a great question. It's amazing. So I've seen situations where someone would come in and did not know what their credit score was actually scared to even face it, to a year and a half later saying, oh my God, Nicole, my credit score is above 700. I was able to pay down my debt by attending a budgeting and savings course. So we're seeing incremental change, but most of all, we're changing folks' lives and really making them understand that your past financial trauma does not necessarily have to dictate your future financial success.
Nicole, how does all of this that you're seeing make you think about financial literacy? Because it's something, I've been doing this a while, and I feel like every few years we talk about, whether it's with kids or with different communities, the importance of, education in general, but having a financial education and starting earlier. Like you said, those conversations around the dinner table, or understanding what goes into running a household, or the importance of saving money and then ultimately of investing. How do you think about that more broadly and what we need in society?
Yeah, so our 150 community managers across the country, Carol, is doing just that. They're working with students from elementary to college, helping them understand the importance and the financial implications of their decisions. So we partner with a lot of local schools to really embed financial health education into their curriculum.
And so into the actual schools?
Into the actual schools.
So it helps the community
so it helps
a wider reach?
Absolutely.
We're speaking with Nicole King, Executive Director of Community Banking at JP Morgan Chase. She's here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We recently had, to Carol's point, Nicole, Lindsay Cormack on our show. She's an associate professor of political science at Stevens Institute of Technology. She's got a new book out, How to Raise a Citizen and Why It's Up to You to Do It. And it's all about civics education and teaching kids early about civics education. We had this conversation with her about, teaching kids around the dinner table the importance of government, the importance of different branches of government. You mentioned schools and doing this in schools. What's a parent's responsibility around a dinner table, or to instill financial education and financial wisdom into their kids?
I love that question, because one of the things that we really focus on is impacting the whole household when it comes to this education. So while we go into schools, when we go into the schools, we actually work with the staff of the respective schools as well as the parents. So we like to call it, we turn one segment opportunity into multiple by way of education.
It's cool.
Yeah, it is really cool. What do you do when an individual has some trouble? So open an account, maybe they get a credit card through you guys, and there's some trouble. How do you work with them through that?
Everything is really about educating. So again, when we think about a person getting a credit card, we definitely encourage them to attend a credit workshop first. You need to understand the fundamentals of credit before you get the product. Because this way, the more educated you are on the product, you're going to be able to use and manage the credit wisely and use it accordingly. And understanding the difference between wants and needs. We're really focused on that as well.
How does JP Morgan, I think about what you guys are doing specifically and tapping into different communities, and it sounds like you continue to grow the communities that in setting up these community offices and centers. How do they kind of continue to bring that thinking kind of more broadly into the company?
Well, as I mentioned before, it is not philanthropy. This is a business imperative. In fact,
a market that's largely untapped.
Right, and I'm glad you said that, because when we look at the data and we look at the statistics of the labor statistics, we know that Black families are growing, right? Minority families are growing. In fact, the Labor Bureau says by 2044, the majority of households will be minority.
Yeah.
Right? So to answer that question, we're really intentional about tapping into the market and really helping them understand that JP Morgan is truly the bank for all, but meeting you where you're at.
Right.
So it's interesting to hear you say that, because we're in this environment where AI is just dominating. And I'm actually doing a panel in Atlanta next week for Bloomberg Live about the business value of AI, focusing specifically on customer service, chatbots, and essentially companies doing what they can do to prevent a phone call from a customer. So using chatbots, using AI on menus on phones, identifying a customer when they call in. And that's sort of the new school approach to customer relationship management. What you're talking about is so old school. How do you keep track of a customer who starts with the experience of a community center, but then needs relationship advice or needs advice, financial advice rather, at a different moment where they're using their mobile phone, where they're calling a company that has so many employees, so many customer service representatives, to make sure they're talking to somebody who can actually identify with them?
Yeah. So what we do is, as I mentioned before, your personal banker is the anchor of that relationship, but we do have online banking tools and resources that complement that relationship. So if a client needs to gain access, let's say, to their credit score, they can look at Credit Journey. If they want to build a budget, they can use Budget Builder. So we definitely have online resources and tools that really complement that in-person relationship and to help them stay abreast of their financial resources.
I got to say, one of the things I know when we were planning for this on our morning call, and our producer mentioning specifically the intersection of financial health and mental health, and that's a lot.
I said relationship advice. Did you hear that?
You did. But I mean, how much that is intertwined. You know, there is a lot of emotion when it gets to money and your financial health and well-being. But that is something that's a different approach, it feels like. And so how do you kind of continue to incorporate that aspect into it? It's not just about, you know, training financially. And you know what? We're unfortunately going to have to switch over to politics.
Okay.
But we've been talking with Nicole King, and we appreciate it. Right now, we're going to head to Donald Trump, who is at Bedminster in New Jersey, part of the race and the campaigning that's going on. Let's take you there.
I think you have plenty of time. I hope you like the weather. It's very nice. Nice place. Nice location. And I do thank you for being here. And we don't have very much heat, so I'd say it's perfect weather for this. The rain is not imminent, based on the fact that there are no clouds. So it's really nice. It's really nice. And let's go over some big facts and some very substantial truths about where we stand as a country, because we're a failing nation because of the way it's been run for the last 3.5 years. We're a failing nation. People are coming into our country by the millions and millions and millions. We have no idea who they are or where they come from, but we're also a failing economy. Kamala Harris is a radical California liberal who broke the economy, broke the border, and broke the world, frankly. Very destructive to the entire world, because as we go, oftentimes the world goes. She destroys everything she touches, and if she wins, your finances and your country will never recover. You're never going to recover. A radical left person wants to put price controls all over the place, which will end up driving up your prices, not down your prices. Harris has just declared that tackling inflation will be a day one priority for her. It's going to be day one. But day one, really, for Kamala was 3.5 years ago. Where has she been? And why hasn't she done it? Why hasn't she done it? I hear her complaining all the time. She was the border czar, but she didn't do anything. It's the worst border czar in history. There's never been a border czar so bad. She's been unbelievable in terms of her badness to some of our allies, some of our great allies. You know who I'm talking about. Here is the record of economic calamity that Kamala is desperate for voters to ignore. She cast the tie-breaking votes that caused record inflation. She cast the votes. She's trying to blame Biden, as you know. So it was Biden, but I'm going to do a better job. But it was her. And if she wants to do a better job, she's still got 5 months left, right? But she can't do a better job because she doesn't know how to. and she's of a place in life where she wouldn't know what a better job is. Going to destroy our country, and as a result of Kamala's inflation price hikes, they've cost a typical household a total of $28,000. These are numbers coming from government. They're not coming from me. $28,000 she's cost a typical household. Kamala's inflation nightmare continues to cost the average American family $1,100 every single month. $1,100, again, government numbers. You're paying $148 more a month on food. It's every month. Average family, because Kamala and her ideas, and Joe Biden too, I mentioned him, but he's sort of gonzo. It all started with the debate. I should have been a little bit easier. Somebody said, your debate performance was horrible. I said, why? Because you forced him out of government. But I believe she'll be just as bad. I believe she's maybe in many ways going to be worse, because he wasn't really a radical left, but she is. She's real. He wasn't real. So I think she's going to be, in many ways, easier to beat than Joe Biden. What they did to him was disgraceful, by the way, and it really is a threat to democracy. It was a coup by people that wanted him out, and they didn't do not the way they're supposed to do it. $129 more on energy and $241 more. This is all per month on rent. So you have that, 148, 129, 241, and then many other increases. You add it all up, it's thousands and thousands of dollars that she and he have cost people. The cost of a typical monthly mortgage has doubled since I left office, and that number was about 3 months old from government, and now it's tripled. We had mortgage rates at around 2%, close to 2%, and they're now at 10%, and you can't get a mortgage. So that means it's a lot higher than 10%. I guess it is, whenever they want to give over the money, and that's a lot more than 10%. So when you think about double, they've actually quadrupled or more than that. Think of that, quadrupled, which really kills the American dream for young people. Young people are being devastated by what they've done to our country. Grocery prices have skyrocketed. Cereals are up 26%. Bread is up 24%. Butter is up 37%. Baby formula is up 30%. Flour is up 38%. And eggs are up 46%. And many items are up at much higher rates than that. Now Kamala is reportedly proposing communist price controls. She wants price controls. And if they worked, I'd go along with it too, but they don't work. They actually have the exact opposite impact and effect. But it leads to food shortages, rationing, hunger, dramatically more inflation. Their Inflation Reduction Act, by the way, was a disaster. It's what caused the inflation. Their Inflation Reduction Act was a con job. They actually admitted that it wasn't really for inflation that they did it. They don't know why they did it, but they named it the Inflation Reduction Act, which was a very nice name. Got approved based on that. Unfortunately, people didn't understand it. I understood it. I said that's going to cause tremendous inflation, and it did, among other things like energy. She's running on the Maduro plan. We call it the Maduro plan, like something straight out of Venezuela or the Soviet Union. This announcement is an admission that her economic policies have totally failed and caused really a catastrophe for our country, and beyond that, a catastrophe in the world. A little bit unrelated, but not totally unrelated. We have wars breaking out in the Middle East. We have the horrible war going on with Ukraine and Russia. All these things would have never happened if I was president. Would have never, ever happened, and they didn't happen. Since Harris took office, car insurance is up 55%, and they just announced it's going to be substantially higher than that within the next week. They expect big increases in car insurance. It's out of control, and insurance generally. Thanks to Kamala's war on American energy, electricity prices are up 32%. Gasoline prices are up 50% and going higher. Meanwhile, real incomes are down by over $2,000 a year. So the incomes for people are down $2,000 on average a year, government numbers. The typical American has seen a 4% pay cut under Kamala and Biden. Crooked Joe Biden. Credit card debt has exploded.
All right,
by
everybody, you
50%
are
under
listening
Harris.
to live comments from presidential candidate Donald Trump, former President Donald Trump, of course, of the Republican Party, holding a press conference in Bedminster, New Jersey, of course, home to his golf course.
Yeah, he
and
started by
other
talking about the
holdings.
weather.
Yeah, he did. He did.
So I hope you're enjoying the weather.
Yeah.
No rain is imminent, is what he said.
I will say, I feel like it's a very indicative of other conversations he tends to have or at his campaigns where he comments on an array of topics. He talked about grocery prices, he talked about wages of Americans, he talked about geopolitics, and he certainly gave his own views on his opponent and the current president, Joe Biden.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He also talked about Joe Biden and talked about the debate, because it was post-debate where a lot of people said, wait a second, given Joe Biden's performance in the debate, is he fit to run for president against Donald Trump? And the former president, Trump, saying I went too hard on him in the debate, which I thought was
kind of interesting.
Yeah.
So we will continue to monitor and certainly bring you any news that is market-related and business-related, obviously of importance to the Bloomberg audience. Having said that, when he talked about prices of groceries, we've all been talking about it for a long time. Inflation, mind you, has come down a lot in the past year. It was up around 9%, right, in terms of changes. It's now, we're talking 3%, right?
Yeah, I got
3%.
two handle on that number yesterday.
Exactly. So, and that is the growth of prices, the increases, right, when we talk about inflation. So we definitely have seen that number come down. Yeah, but no doubt about it, there's still a lot of Americans that are struggling, that are out there.
Well, speaking of the presidential race, we did hear from Kamala Harris and President Biden earlier today at an
First
event
time
in
we've
Maryland.
seen them together.
Exactly, since Biden did bow out of the 2024 presidential race. We do expect Kamala Harris tomorrow to unveil some details of her economic agenda. So, you know, we heard yesterday from our colleagues in Washington, don't expect like a detailed policy paper on what she plans to do, but get some more color around, you know, how she's thinking about her economic message, especially at a time where some polls show that Americans aren't super excited about where the economy is right now.
And I guess many would say, you know, as a voter, you really want to understand what the policies are that each candidate stands for and understand how that could impact you individually, whether it comes to, you know, your job, your industry that you work within, or what it means for your tax, you know, strategies going forward, or how many taxes you'll be paying, or drug prices. There's so many different things. So the more that we get in terms of specifics on the policies for both candidates, I think many would argue would be really important.
I think so.
I kind of care about that stuff.
Yeah, anything involving the economy and economic policies is of interest to me.
Yep, and then having a good red wine. No, I'm just kidding. This is Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg in Washington, I'm Amy Morris. Ulta Beauty shares closed up most than it has in 2 years. Ulta Beauty rose 11% in the regular session after Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway disclosed it took a new stake in the cosmetics dealer. Seagram's heir Edgar Bronfman Jr. is close to making an offer for Paramount Global that would compete with an accepted bid from Skydance Media. Paramount accepted the offer from David Ellis and Skydance last month. Shares of Paramount gained about 7% in the regular session. Retail earnings from Walmart, the world's biggest retailer, raising its profit outlook for the full year as it expects to reel in more deal hunters. Greg Mellick is with Evercore ISI.
Well, I think Walmart's been gaining traffic amongst all consumers really now for a good 8 quarters. And I think what you're seeing is that broadening out, that people are going to Walmart not just to save money on food, but they're going there to find where they need things. They can get some extra and really great value versus what else is out there in the market.
Evercore's Greg Mellick. Walmart shares rose 6.6% in the regular session. Norwegian Cruise Line Holdings president and CEO Harry Sommer explains prices are absolutely going up for the remainder of this year and likely into next year as well.
Demand in the cruise industry right now is great. We're very, very happy with what we're seeing with the consumer. Keeping in mind that the demographic that we're pursuing is mostly upper class demographic across our 3 brands. And those consumers certainly continue to have money to spend and are continuing to spend it on cruise vacations.
CEO Harry Sommer and shares of Norwegian Cruise Lines rose 5.6% in the regular session. Those are some of the company stories we're following this hour. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, just about 4.5 minutes to go as we get ready to wrap up the Thursday edition of Bloomberg Business Week. However, this Thursday, my Thursday, means I come back, but you do not.
I'm gone tomorrow. We'll be spending a lot of time in the car. It's okay.
You're listening?
It's okay.
No.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Actually,
What do you listen to in the car?
I think tomorrow I'm going to listen to a book. Yeah, I think I'm going to listen to the new Bill Gates book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is Deep Tease, everybody. A snippet of it from the author in our weekend show and podcast.
Yeah.
It was interesting.
It was really interesting. Deep Tease, because this is Saturday, but we can tell people what's in our weekend show.
We can tell what's in our J.D. Crouch of the USO, which I think is really interesting because one of the things we talk about a lot is obviously geopolitics, 2 wars. Former President Donald Trump actually referencing it in his press conference, which, by the way, is ongoing. You can catch it on LiveGo on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com. But, they do a lot of things for the men and women in the U.S. military, whether it's entertaining them or celebrities and folks who call them or zoom in.
And supporting families of those who are deployed.
Exactly. So that's there. And what else is in our weekend?
We got What It's Like When Ozempic Takes Over a Town. Bloomberg News health reporter Madison Mueller talking all about that. And the Bill Gates book that I was talking about is called Billionaire Nerd Savior King, Bill Gates and His Quest to Shape Our World, with Anuprita Das, who's South Asia correspondent at the New York Times.
Interesting, too, especially in light of, the DOJ looking to maybe do a breakup, right, of Alphabet's Google. And so it takes us back, 20 years ago, 2 decades ago, to when that was what Microsoft was facing, a potential breakup.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, right?
Given that one of the reasons you saw a company like Google thrive over the last 20 years is because Microsoft was hobbled in the wake of the government litigation.
Right. It opened the door for a Google to be created.
Exactly.
So it's interesting to think about kind of the cycle, right, of how things, whether litigation, impacts an industry, creates opportunities for some. Microsoft was a little hobbled, right? No doubt about it. But you think about where Microsoft is today.
One of the most valuable companies in the world. And a leader, no question, when it comes to AI.
Where are you going?
Aldo Geloso president of Geloso Beverage Group USA.
You were not here.
I wasn't here for that one. Sounds like a fun
Miller
interview.
was. It was a really fun interview. First of all, it kicked off talking about the history of their business and how it started, and their family coming or going to Canada, Montreal, and starting their business. So we really got a great little family lesson of the business or family history of the business. And then we sampled a little bit of RTDs, ready-to-drink cocktails.
Ooh.
Popped open a can.
Hopefully it was on a Friday.
It was on a Friday.
Okay, that sounds good.
Matt did not partake. Matt Miller was here. You were out last week. And like you, Matt's, non-alcoholic beverages.
Yeah. Are you gone next week for a few days?
I am. I'm going to be gone Monday and Tuesday.
Okay,
but I'll be here tomorrow.
we're going to miss you. You'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah. Thinking about, I feel like it's very quiet, but we have Jackson Hole next week.
We do. Also next week,
What?
I'll be in Atlanta for the Business Value of AI.
How are you thinking
event.
about that? What's top of mind for you as you get ready for that event?
Top of mind for me is thinking about the tension between, as a customer, between talking to a human being who can solve your problem and talking to a robot who can solve your problem.
What do you want to do?
Well, what do I want to do, or what do people who are these companies want to do? What they want to do is reduce the amount of time a person is on the phone with somebody, and they want
Hallelujah.
So you think that's a good thing?
Yeah.
So that's so interesting.
If I can get my solutions, yeah.
Exactly, and that's their whole argument. Basically, if they can build tools.
I've spent half an hour waiting, and I know that I want to hang up, and I do not, because that means I'm not.
You're getting back in line.
Yeah, exactly.
But if a bot can figure that out for you, that's sort of the.
Bring on the bots.
Okay, bring on the bots, she says.
As long as they have a good
If you're in the Atlanta area, you can also watch us on YouTube. Check out BloombergLive.com. But if you're in the Atlanta area, come to it.
Oh, Atlanta.
Yeah, it's Atlanta.
Nice.
We have some guests who have been on our show coming to it. Should be cool.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I know you're going to watch it on YouTube when you're not on air.
Yeah. Maybe. Only kidding. Of course I'll watch it. Of course I'll watch it.
Love you too.
Burning the boy. Have a good weekend, kiddo. Balance of Power starts right now.